Salute, Knicks Nation. Welcome in. The streets are buzzing. Today, NBA Draft Day is here. Starting our live reactions because, for good reason, Adrian Wojnarowski has dropped the bomb again on us. The largest contract in Knicks history. OG Anunoby is back. Ladies and gentlemen, official. Let's talk about it and continue our stream right through to the draft today. Welcome in, fam. Let's get it. OG Anunoby is back on a 5-year deal, 212 milli, right, to create the nucleus of a championship team. Now, Leon Rose is doing work, right? And rest in peace to other fan bases that thought this deal would not happen, right? Let's take everyone through it as we react live right now. Early in the day, welcome in live chat, salute, smash that like button, replay squad, salute. This is going to be a big one, right? But yes, sir, OG Anunoby is officially back, right? And reporting also, Ian Begley says that OG Anunoby wanted to be a part of the nucleus of building this championship team, right? And it's clear to see the vision, right? OG had max offers from other places, but saw the vision with the Knicks and wanted to help build a true contender. And the Garden, man, SNY sources tell Begley, right? Music to your ears, to mine. Let's get it. Adrian Woj says Anunoby's agent, Drew Morrison, Austin Brown, have been talking to Leon Rose for several days on the deal and landed on the $212 million deal this afternoon that'll keep OG out of free agency, fam. Right now, we hear Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby. We're going to talk about the rotation. We're going to talk about the draft, of course, and how we can surround these guys with some more pieces too. Michael Drake, Kevin, Mike in the building, and Daniel. What's up, guys? What a beautiful day. 2 days it has been in Knicks Nation. And of course, later today, I look forward to chopping up our draft picks as well. How many picks will the Knicks take? We're going to go through it and all of that, right? But let's go through the numbers too. Individually, there's these individual numbers which we'll go through according to Fred Katz. So 24-25 season will be 36 milli. That's kind of where I thought the Knicks would settle on. But then obviously OG gets his money, right? Congrats to him as well, right? This is going to raise the bar, so to speak. And of course, 39 mil for the second year of the deal, 42 mil for 26-27, and then 27-28 will be 45 mil and 48 mil as well. But there is a player option as well in that deal and a trade kicker as well. So if OG Anunoby is traded in the future, he'll get a nice trade kicker. And he's also got a player option as well. Fred Katz is also saying if the Knicks start Anunoby at his lowest possible starting salary to save room under the hard cap, this is what a 5-year contract could look like, right? So that makes sense. I think the first year will be to try to help the New York Knicks save some room under the hard cap. And we're reacting live right now. But what a beautiful day it's been to get OG back, and keep Philly out of the mix, keep, Orlando out of the mix as well. Right before the draft hits, we're going to sit back and relax for the rest of today because a free agency looks like Isaiah Hartenstein might be the guy that has to leave, right? But we'll wait to see more. I think we're going to do our best to try to keep Isaiah. It makes sense. Fam, Jay in the building, the G Talk. What's up? What a beautiful day it's been already, too. and a CAA getting it done, fam. Never doubt the CAA mafia, and a 212 milli, and OG Anunoby is a rich man, right? And we're spreading this wealth because we are building the contender to take on the Boston Celtics right now. Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, what a starting five that is. And I've updated the current Knicks depth chart right here. Mikal Bridges you'd figure be the starting two. OG gets his bag, comes in at the starting three. Juju Randle, two-time All-Star returns. And then we wait to see what happens with Isaiah. There's the question mark I got there. But obviously Mitchell Robinson is the elder statesman and the eldest tenured Knick right now. He looks to have the starting nod if Isaiah was to get a big bag. Precious Achua, we'll see what happens with him. But look at that start of that bench off the backcourt as well. I tweeted this out just before, but if the Knicks can get Ryan Dunn and have a lineup of Deuce McBride, at some point Josh Hart, Mikal, OG, and Ryan Dunn, that could be the best defensive lineup that's ever taken the hard court, in my opinion, right? And we wait to see. The Knicks are building depth, we're building durability, stability as well, right? If OG was to ever miss any minutes, we've got Mikal Bridges now. So Leon Rose is basically covering his back on all fronts right now. Imagine if we were to bring back Isaiah Hartenstein still. I'm not a capologist, but I know we're going to do our best to figure it all out. Fam, what are your reactions to? Michael says CAA Mafia, Leon Rose, the Don. J Dub says 212 milli is a lot of money. Yeah, we're seeing all the congrats come in. Former Knicks, current Knicks weighing in. We're going to give everyone's reaction, but I think from what I'm reading, that is the highest Knicks contract, highest salary in New York Knicks history too. So look, the cap's going up. We know the TV deal is hitting, and that is going to raise the bar. That's going to raise the bar for salaries, right? Jalen Brunson's, maybe not his extension, but the next contract that he gets after that is definitely going to be the highest paid Knick. Julius Randle might be the first one before that to get that super max as well. Although that they say is not as likely. But look, you know, we are building a team now that's pretty clearly, if not the best, the second best team in the East right now. And get ready for a fun regular season, 50, 55, 60 wins. Let us know how many wins you think this team is capable of, right? And it starts today too, because we're going to fill out the bench. We're going to fill out the depth spot in that third tier there. There's 2 draft slots, at least, in my opinion. We've got 1 pick in the second round, 2 first-round picks as well. We still have to wait for the Mikal Bridges trade to be fully consummated. Maybe Jericho Sims goes in that deal. Maybe Diakite Jeffries as well. Alec Burks can still be signed and traded, as well as Precious, to make the money work, right? The Knicks are still trying to avoid the hard cap, right? And I've got to figure that they'll figure it all out, right? J Dub says, yeah, plus he got a player option as well. That's a lot to give up. We're looking like Isaiah Hartenstein is gone. Looking like Isaiah is definitely going to get those big offers. Whether he takes them over the Knicks, we've got to wait to see. But it's increasingly unlikely, like you said, right? Dimitri, sign and trade OG. We're definitely signing him. I don't think he's going to get traded, but the deal is done right now. Reports Woj. Prezi in the building. What's up? Knicks 25-26 champs. If healthy, New York Knicks will be going 66 wins and 16 losses in the regular season. If that happens, I'll be loving it. Absolutely. CAA Mafia to the world, says Prezi. Big time move, right? This is causing waves around the league. Best believe that, because, you know, teams that thought they had a chance have now got to go to plan B, plan C, Plan D, even. If you're Philly, you've got to work out what you're doing, man. Is it Brandon Ingram? Is it PG? Now that OG, the big fish, is off the market now, and he is a New York Knick to stay, right? I just love the quote, the news from Ian Begley. Here, fam, is that OG had max offers from other places, no doubt, but he saw the vision with the Knicks and wanted to help build a true contender in the Garden. Sources tell SNY, right? That's putting your money where your mouth is, and of course the Knicks put their money where their mouth is as well, making OG the highest paid New York Knick. Look at these figures too. We've got some comments. Friend of the show, John Schmelk, says something quite wise as well. This might be also lower if some of that money is incentives based. That's what we're going to find out. Is this deal incentive based? But on paper, the New York Knicks can push Boston now toe to toe, right? Troy, what's up? Says Boston's still better. Obviously, the game's got to be played, but the New York Knicks are making moves and they're getting closer. NYC ball, peace. I'm loving it. We'll see about the depth pieces, Dimitri. I think Dimitri, there is, moves to be made still to top up the Knicks bench, but that's why we got Mikal Bridges. I think if you're concerned about OG's health, which is a fair concern, OG's not a 82 game player. He's more the 16 game player for the playoffs. Troy says if Randall is gone, who's his replacement? I think ideally you're probably just, without any immediate addition, you're probably going to shuffle OG to the 4, Mikal to the 3, and Devo at the 2 spot as well. That's why tonight's big time, man. Ryan Dunn, Jonathan Mobo, Tyler Smith are names to watch out for as well. Zach Edey, Khalil Ware, and of course, Deron Holmes. Look out for the Knicks to maybe package both picks to try to move up too. There's some guys that I think the New York Knicks should be looking at to solidify the backup big spots as well. We know free agency. There's talk about Andre Drummond. There's talk about Goga Bitadze being cheap options for the Knicks to pair up with Mitchie if Isaiah is to not return. However, I think in the draft, obviously a great opportunity tonight, to capitalize and bring in some big man help. I think that's number one priority for me now. We've solidified the wing now with Mikal Bridges, OG, Josh Hart. Don't forget about him. I'd like to keep Precious. Let me know your thoughts, guys. I would like to keep Precious Achua here because he knows the system now and he's familiar with this. Let's see if we can figure out the money circumstance. However, if we can get a good backup 4 spot, that would be nice. I like Jonathan Mobo too. What's up, Logical Raptors Fanatic? The Knicks are pushing their chips in. Appreciate your thoughts as well. Guys coming in the building. Knicks Nation in here heavy. Smash that like button too. Jimmy J says OG's on averaging about $1 million per game. Because, look, he might be playing 50, 60 games in the regular season. But if he's healthy for the playoffs, I think that's what you're paying the man for too. Bonson, Zach Edey, we're looking at him, although I do think Edey's probably going to go in the top 15, top 20. Do the Knicks need to trade up? Right. One thing's for sure, man, Ryan Dunn is getting more buzz, J-Dub. And I do think Ryan Dunn is going to be, going before the New York Knicks' first pick. So we might need to trade up as well. But yeah, OG can play the 4. He can. We're reacting live to the news that OG Anunoby now is coming back as a New York Knick and the highest paid New York Knick at that. Of course, that is before Jalen Brunson eventually gets his super deal. Might not be this extension coming up, but the next one. However, right, you're as valuable as the market dictates as well. For guys looking at the money, salaries are going up. fam, as well. Don't forget, Bradley Beal is earning 50 mil, still more than OG, and he's less durable. Don't forget, Karl Anthony Towns, right, is inconsistent in the playoffs as well. He's making 60 mil. Don't forget, Damian Lillard, who's a shell of his former self, is earning 60 mil as well. So prices are going up. We know the cost of living is going up. And same with these salaries with OG Anunoby. I think it's well deserved because, I mean, teams are coming with the max deals. You heard it right here. OG had max, I repeat, max offers from other teams. You know, you got to include Orlando, Philly. Looks like they saw the vision. They tried to steal him from the New York Knicks. And here he is, says, no, no, no. I see the vision. New York Knicks Nation, I see the vision, Leon Rose. And I want to come back to help this team, man. Right? I know the Nova Gang, all these Infinity Stones. OG Anunoby might just be the final Infinity Stone. Right? To help bring a chip back to New York City after 50 long years. Right now, this is the best team we've had, in my opinion, since 2001, 2000, maybe 99. Let me know your thoughts, guys. I'd love to hear your thoughts. The squad that we currently have, I know it's not complete, but the nucleus, is this the best squad you've seen in your lifetime? Maybe since 99, since 94, definitely around that period. If it brings a chip, it'll definitely be the best team since 72, right? But we're keeping one of the most sought-after free agents off the market right now. Kaiser Soze in the building, what's up? Julian Blum, got the streets buzzing. The chat's popping right now. Knicks going for the draft depth, and we're trying to go for it. Yeah, I love the direction we're going right now, because if you want to beat Boston, it's all about switchability, guys on the perimeter. It's all about the shooting, and it's all about guys that have positional size. You know, we were a little undersized. You know, Indiana had some way with us with Pascal Siakam. Obviously, the injuries hurt, but when you got Siakam, posting up Josh Hart, that hurts my heart to see that. And I think now we're bringing back Juju. We're bringing back size as well. I don't think Julius is going to get traded anytime soon. I think you got to bring it back, and you got to see what this looks like now. Julius Randle will be the starting four on opening night, in my opinion. I just don't see what else is out there right now. You're not swapping him out for Brandon Ingram. The Paul George thing, the salaries don't work right now. OG's got the bag, and Mikal Bridges is coming in here as well. The Knicks are hard capped, right? Paul George doesn't make sense anymore, and I think Juju Randle is going to be the starting power forward on opening night. What is your thoughts too? Do we have news from Tibbs? As Julian says, Tibbs signed a 10-year, $450 million contract. Oh man, yeah, he's got to be loving it. He's got to be the happiest man as well. Otherwise, peace. Anonymous says Knicks going for a dynasty. I feel you on that. Age-wise, perfect range. Let's see how long this thing can go for. But obviously, Jalen Brunson, to me, he changed the direction. Julius helped start the movement. So did Mitchie. These guys put in big time work, and got this franchise to respectability. But when Jalen Brunson came, right, we took the next level to contention, and the window is open right now, fam. Knicks 26 champs called it. Now 25 champs. Shout out. Jason says Randall's going to beast with this lineup too. Yep, floor spacing, shooting. That's why maybe Khalil Ware should be the number one target tonight in the draft. I like Zach Edey, but he's big. There's questions over his mobility in the pros. they can play him off the floor, quite possibly, fam. But when it comes to the situation of floor spacing, right? Kel'el Ware could be that guy that gives the Knicks the 5-out look too. I'm going to bring up my big board right now, and you see the range that I think is going to be, playing out today. Edie's going to go before the Knicks pick, so they'll have to trade up. Kel'el Ware might be the one to slip to 24. We'll see. There's also Jalen Tyson, a two-way wing that I like. Ryan Dunn, I think, might be available when the Knicks pick. Depends on what happens with Phoenix. Cleveland at 20. There's also Milwaukee at 23, right before the New York Knicks pick. Today's all about building up that depth too. Batman says we got better, but Boston's still better. Look, Boston's the reigning champ. I give them respect. Until you knock them off, then they're still the team to beat. But we're making moves, big time, baby. LRY says, let's get it done tonight. Nice one. Nice one. Donovan says, Knicks 25 championship material. I feel you on that, fam. I'd love us to get some playmaking too. I'm warming up to the idea of a Tyler Kolek if it's the 38th pick. Maybe if it's the 25th pick. If we do keep the second pick tonight. I hope we do. I really do hope we make 3 selections. We'll see. Nick P, Randall and Mitch. Right. Salary-wise, Mitchie is a friendly deal, I think, to move in terms of other teams looking at him. But Julius, I don't see it. I don't see it right now. Obviously, Leon's making major moves. Let me know who you think could be likely to move if Randall does go. But the Knicks are hard capped, fam. And, you're not getting a like for like for Randall in terms of salary. I think, and production. It's probably going to be for more depth pieces if that happens. Sam's in the building. Appreciate you, Sam. Is at Marquette. And I hope things are going well. Kolek would be a great pick for us. Great to hear that. He brings the experience. I think Tibbs would be down for that. I think no doubt about it. Play alongside Deuce McBride. Obviously, we got Chenzo now. We got Hart. The bench is beefed up too. We got Claxton still on the market too. User says, we were talking to Brooklyn yesterday. Maybe he came up in conversations, but the thing is, man, he's going to be getting 20, 25 mil now. And I think if we're not able to pay Isaiah Hartenstein that money, then the likeliness of us paying Claxton that money is unlikely as well, too, fam. I do think that Mitchie might be our starting 5 opening night. As Kai says, Wizards just traded Advida, too. As draft night is kicking off in 1 hour's time, right? All these moves are happening right now. We're reacting live right now. Mark Berman's reaction is great day for Sam Rose, Leon Rose's CAA son, who is listed as OG secondary agent. Gets the deal done and gets some big time compensation, commission, right? As we have it official, Woj is reporting that the Wizards are sending Danny Advida to the Blazers for Malcolm Brogdon and the 14th pick tonight, and the 2029 pick as well, right? The Blazers are sending the most favorable pick from 2029 to them. Look, I don't know what the Wizards are doing. Obviously, Danny Advida is a young piece. They're trying to get Malcolm Brogdon to contend right now. Obviously, Brogdon's going to be their starting point guard too. But OG got his bag, right? The Knicks steal the headlines early, but that is a big trade. Malcolm Brogdon for Danny Advida, fam, right now, as we react to this news of OG Anunoby becoming the highest paid New York Knick. I think it's going to be all good in the locker room because, look, everyone's set to get their payday too, fam, as well. But yeah, we need more playmaking, I think, at the guard spot. Um, let's see what we do with these picks tonight too. I'd love us to spread it in different positions. Get one playmaker, get another wing. Hopefully it's either, Ryan Dunn, Jalen Tyson, even Baylor Shireman. I would be a fan because he can play make and shoot. He can shoot the heck out of it. And then get a big. You got to get a big because it looks like financially the New York Knicks are squeezed right now to get Isaiah Hartenstein back in a New York Knicks jersey, right? That would be bittersweet for me, man. Obviously, I love Isaiah's durability over OG, but wings are at a premium, we know, in the league, and the way, the big man market is going, you can always find some big man depth too, but wing depth, right, is the most difficult. OG Anunoby had so many max offers as they report, but he chose the New York Knicks to return, fam, as well. The Nova squad wasn't going to let him leave either. I think he developed a nice relationship with Josh Hart. Those guys had some good chemistry on the court. I think OG Anunoby respected what was happening. I called it at the time. He gave it his all in Game 7. Right? Some players wouldn't have given it a shot. His hamstring was clearly shot. And some players would have said, to hell with that. I'm a free agent. I can't go. But I think OG won a lot of respect. Well, a lot more respect in the locker room for Tibbs, for the players, just the way he went about it, right? Look, the hamstring injury it can happen to anybody. Maybe it was a little bit of he played a couple of consecutive games over 40 minutes. We've already talked about that. But of course, now we've got help. We've got more depth. And he doesn't have to play 40 minutes and now. That's the beauty in these moves that Leon Rose is making right now, because you've got Mikal Bridges, has never missed a game, ladies and gentlemen. What's the best way to offset OG's injury concerns? Is to get a guy like a Mikal Bridges who's never missing games right now. And then, of course, you push Josh Hart, Jay Hart, back to the bench, right, where he can do his thing for 25 minutes a night, 20 minutes a night right now. What else does this team need? You guys let me know, and we shout you out, right? Jason says activate Rokas if needed. LRYs also says bring in Rokas. I'm part of Rokas Hive. Guys, you know me. I would love that move. Right now he's balling out for Lithuania, and he looks like a really, really good playmaking backup point guard. Wayne, what's up? Says I'd sign Rokas and draft all the wings. It's a ton of wings in this draft too. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it. I've got a great feeling we're going to end up with someone like Khalil Ware, Daron Holmes, or Edie. And I think we're going to end up with Ryan Dunn or a Tyson, Jonathan Mobo, who's 6'7", can put the ball on the floor as well. So the latest mocks have also got us looking at Terrence Shannon Jr., who to me, that reminds me a little bit of Alonzo Trier. He's bigger, he's a better defender, he's a better two-way player, but in terms of his demeanor, right? Terrence Shannon Jr. is aggressive, and he's a blur in transition and extremely athletic too, right? We've got some latest mocks from Bleacher Report and ESPN. Have us looking at Terrence Shannon as well. He's a two-way guy. Building Block says the other team that have to offer the max had to be Philly. I agree. They saw OG's impact firsthand, when we defeated Philly. And I think, they're not sure about Paul George. They're not sure about, Brandon Ingram now. They're obviously losing Tobias too. Jason, appreciate you guys, right? You guys make this stream, and we're buzzing together right now. Knicks Nation. We've got 160 people live in the chat. Smash that like button. I said it before, and I asked you guys, this is the best team I've seen since 99, right? Respect to those Warriors, right? With Camby, LJ, Spree, Houston, all, an aging Patrick right now. But obviously we've got to fill this roster out a little more. But pound for pound, this can go head to head with that 99 squad, right? I don't know who would win because there's still, some unknowns. But I don't think I could have said that about any other Knicks team, right? The 2013 team was real close. I think that was cool. With, obviously, if Amari was healthy, but Tyson Chandler, Carmelo Anthony, I just don't think we had the point guards at that point. Ray Felton was nice. He was serviceable. But he's not Jalen Brunson. Now we're souped up at the wing spot. Mikal Bridges can guard 2s, 3s, 4s. OG can guard 3s, 4s, 5s. Mitchell Robinson, when healthy, is the best rebounding, shot-blocking big we've had, I think, since a Camby, since a Ewing. Tyson Chandler was nice. I know he won Defensive Player. C3 says, what's the Burks situation? So Alec Burks is a free agent. He's a free agent, fam, and the Knicks could either, find a way to use him in the mid-level. So the Knicks will have, the Knicks will have an exception, which is about 5 point something milli, too. So we might be able to use that on him, Drummond, or Bataze, one of the other bigs, too. We've got Precious Achua as well. Sam says Shannon Jr. would be an absolute steal. Yeah, someone's got to slip. I think he's good value at that range. No, not disrespecting other players that might go ahead of him, but I think it would be a good pickup at that spot too. And Bonson says Edie's top 5 screener in offense and rebounding next season. Right. I know Tibbs. I've been saying I think Edie is Tibbs' guy. And I think a guy like a Khalil Ware would be really enticing for Wes and for the other coaching staff as well. We haven't had a 5-out kind of guy, too. And we know Woody would be, given that good intel. Tyus Jones, money might be a little tight, but I think if we can get a good point guard in this draft, a backup, because, look, Deuce is still improving. We've got DiVincenzo, the 6th man now. He can handle the ball as well. But yeah, I think Rocas would be a nice option as well. Knicks 25 champs is Sixer fans now on self-delete watch. Everyone is too. I was starring some tweets, people clowning the Knicks when, the report said that OG is going to opt out or declining the player option and all of that stuff. Right now, those fans just had no idea what's up. Sam Rose was never letting this thing get to free agency right now. And as we see other teams got to make moves now, the Knicks are the ones dominating free agency, right? Forget about LeBron, right? Forget about Paul George. The Knicks said, we're handling our business first, right? We're getting at the first, at the top of the line, the front of the line, and we're making sure that we secure our bag and our future. And my God, OG Anunoby, man, the Knicks backed it up. They backed up the Brinks truck. Sam says the best team I've ever seen. I was born in 00 as well. Salute. I love the, the appreciation for the former Knicks great teams of the past. But, right, we've only won 2 championships and it's time, right? Unfortunately, those guys got really close. 94 broke my heart. 99, I kind of knew we were up against it with injuries to LJ, injuries to Pat. But I think right now we're trying to build, teams with more depth. Jackson says Precious won't return. Neither would iHeart unless they take a massive pay cut. Yep. That's looking like the writing on the wall. I agree with you, man. Um, and we'll be trying to solidify the backups today, I think, and in free agency. I like Gogi Bitadze. I like Drummond as options. Obviously, Michi's on a great contract. Precious Achua might be able to be had for that room exception. Precious has got we have his bird rights, which is great. Wayne says Rokas would be a cheap signing too. Could probably get him for like 3 to 5. That would be really, really, really appealing. No doubt about it too. Michael says, CT, I'm on 4 hours of sleep because I was so hyped last night and this morning too. Me too, man. Like I said at the top of the show, anyone joining us, just salute and appreciate you. Smash that like button. This is the best 2 days, I think, in terms of pickups and news that we could have hoped for as well, right? We get to keep Julius so far. We bring in back OG. We get Mikal Bridges, a move that some didn't think could happen. And we're making it happen right now. And OG spurning max offers from other teams to remain a New York Knick too. Dirty Dancer says, first time in my life, I feel like this window is wide open. Now, with this squad in its prime too. I share the same, man. I really do. I think I'm excited more than ever to see how we fill the rest of this thing out, right? I'm changing my opinion a little bit on guys like Precious and obviously Sims, because I know money is tight. And I know those guys, the chemistry and the locker room is really, really tight. So I think there's a value on that to see if we can keep some of these guys. Obviously, if there's a clear upgrade, I'm never going to be against that. Obviously, I think Goga Bitadze, Andre Drummond are an upgrade on Sims. But it looks like Isaiah Hartenstein, all the blessings and congrats to him. If he does get the bag and he ends up walking, I'll be the first one to congratulate him, because, I mean, what a meteoric rise for the iHeart man. I mean, humble beginnings. Don't forget when we signed him, some fans were like, who is he? Who is this guy? What, we paid 8 mil for a backup? We paid 16 mil for 2 years. And now look at where he's at, right? 25 mil on the table, reportedly, for the man, Isaiah, who used to be, Joker's backup, third string as well. He's worked his way up. Massive credit to the Knicks development staff too, Coach Tom Thibodeau, because every single one of these guys that come to the Knicks recently have increased their value, right? Precious Achua might even get paid more. Alec Burks might get a little bag. Josh Hart came to the New York Knicks. He got a bag. Dante DiVincenzo, if he wasn't unlucky and signed a 4-year deal, he would have got a hell of a raise as well. Mikal Bridges, he's the next in line. But of course, Jalen Brunson, right? When that news hits that Jalen Brunson is going to sign for a friendly extension, man, the party's going to be absolutely pumping. And that news might hit tonight, man. Could you imagine we chill, we go through the draft, we make our picks, and maybe tonight, later, or tomorrow, we wake up, and it's Tibbs' extension, Brunson's extended as well, and we're doing the business. Michael says Bridges, he'll bring us that chip too. A lot of people are talking about Bridges' production late in the season, 15 points a game, 39% from the field. I think he was clearly he was checked out. He was checked out of Brooklyn, right? We're going to see the old Mikal Bridges return, right? The hunger, the hound dog of him as well. What do you think about rotations? Prezi says 9-man for Tibbs. There's a lot of talk over, would the Knicks play more versatile in terms of small ball, right? Mitchie, if he's the starting 5, and if iHeart walks, maybe a small ball centre like Ryan Dunn, like a Deron Holmes, possibly Khalil Ware might win the backup spot if he gets picked by the New York Knicks tonight. Jason suggesting Mo Wagner. He's a good name. He's a little crazy from what I've seen, but he wears his heart on his sleeve. I think Orlando will be trying to keep him. We'll see. And I think no doubt the three bigs available, if the Knicks got to trade up, but they'll be right there, will be Zach Edey, Deron Holmes, and Khalil Ware, right? The Yves Missy, I think, might be gone. Late lottery, right after the lottery as well. Adem Bona, one of the most well-rounded big men as well, he could be had in the second round. And we know second round picks come with non-guaranteed money. That could be really, really attractive for the New York Knicks today. To Nick Yak says starting five with three elite defenders, Mitch, OG, Bridges. I said this before, but imagine if the Knicks somehow put a lineup out of Deuce, Josh Hart, Bridges, OG, and a Ryan Dunn or a Mitch or a shot blocking big. That could be the best five-man defensive lineup that's ever played. Dirty says we did what we needed to do, arguably a top 40 players on the squad right now. Yeah, and just elite players that buy in to the system. Players that play up from their names, up from their pay grades, Josh Hart, DiVincenzo, right? You put those guys on other teams, they could be stars, in my opinion, in terms of DiVincenzo. Right. I forget who is Philly's starting shooting guard, but if DiVincenzo was Philly's starting shooting guard, that changes them completely. But he's on our squad, which is great. So yeah, I think the next order of business, now that OG's signed, the trade is going to be consummated, probably with some new wrinkles. But then obviously we're waiting for Tibbs, and we're waiting for Jalen Brunson's extension news as well, right? You got to think that the Jalen Brunson extension news is on the more likely side now, right? Everyone's bought in. OG Anunoby now sees the vision. According to Ian Begley, he had max offers on the table. I won't be surprised if this is a little bit of agent talk, just to ease the situation. And OG, he couldn't go to Philly, right? He couldn't go to Orlando, right, and leave this squad hanging, right? We're a true contender right now, and these guys feel it. And I think that Jalen Brunson is going to sign a friendly extension next. G-Man 78, what's up? What's good, CT? I'm real good. Man, it's early morning, but I'm ready for today. What a great time it is for us Knicks fans. We're buzzing, fam. Appreciate you. And it is, you said it, it's a great time to be a fan of this team. And this is the team that I kind of hoped in terms of the next contending Knicks team would be, right? I'm not a big fan of Kevin Durant in terms of, I respect the hell out of him as a ball player. But LeBron, spurned the Knicks so many years back. Kevin Durant spurned the Knicks with Kyrie. Giannis chose his bed. Now he's got to lay in it. Joel Embiid, I'm not a fan of anymore. Even if I was one day after the playoffs, I'm not a fan anymore. So when you go through all those guys, it's like, who's left? Who would you really want on this squad to help us win a championship? Is it Devin Booker? Is it Jimmy Butler, maybe? You respect the hell out of his, competitiveness. But outside of that, right, it's really slim pickings right now. So it's like, I see what Leon Rose is doing. It's like, don't try to build, a big three or a super team like the Gary Payton, Karl Malone Lakers, that didn't work out. Build a team like the '04 Pistons, where it's like, you don't want to see us. It's 48 minutes of hell, and we're going to keep coming at you with bodies We're going to keep coming at you with defense, and there's no nights off, man. And look, the regular season sets the table. If we can win 55 games, that's cool, right? Secure the second seed. I don't really care if Boston get the first seed. We'll avoid them in the first and second round, and then we'll match up in the third round right now. And but look, OG, congrats to him securing the bag, the biggest paid Nick contract, right? Includes the player option in the 5th year and the trade kicker. So once we heard recently that other teams were really lingering and ready to go the max direction, the next thought in my mind was going to be like, the Knicks need to go into the 5th year, and the Knicks need to come proper. The Knicks need to come correct with, a very, very close to max or a full deal for the 5th year. And that's what we needed to do, right? So maybe it was a little bit of agent negotiations. Maybe it was the other teams driving up the price. But here we are, fam, and we took care of business too. NYC says no more overpaying players. Players that are impactful, I'm okay with overpaying. It's more about, do they fit as well? Jason says Tibbs got to balance out these minutes better. 100%. And I think about Hart and Devo off the bench now. That's big time. It really is. And, players are really, really buying in. And different lineups. Like, I'm just spitballing here right now, but if I bring up the rotation, potentially, obviously DiVincenzo is an excellent 6-man, right? He can score with the best of them. But let's say you want to play a little small in the backcourt, right? Deuce McBride can still run next to Brunson, and you can have DiVincenzo and Mikal Bridges dominating some bench, minutes, right? Or if you want to separate Randall and OG a little more and play OG at the 4 off the bench, right? You start Randall, obviously, as well. Hart can start some minutes as well, as OG can play more minutes off the bench at the 3 or the 4. 2. If we do get Mobo, Ryan Dunn, Khalil Ware, we'll be able to, secure some rebounding and shot blocking off the bench as well. Look, with all these guys buying in, I won't be surprised if Precious says, all right, I'll take the $5 million and I'll come back as well. As reporting that the Knicks will have an exception, or the Knicks will have the, not the full taxpayer mid-level, but the $5 million exception as well. D. Linda says, congrats, great news, Mr. Rose OG, doing work. Yep. NYC, we got our wings, time to fly. Too. Nick Yak says, Michael, this should be another fun year holding teams under 100 points. Too. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to spreading the minutes around, like you said, the chat said, on fire today, and just easing our way into, 50, 55 wins again, because it's all about the postseason, right? Even if we were to somehow finish with 50 wins again, which I don't think is going to happen, I think we'll be more than that. But if that's the case, as long as we're healthy, when we need. What's up, Cosmo? Says, I smell disgruntled Luka in the not-so-distant future. I think Dallas overachieved. They made some good moves, but the next guy that I really see disgruntled in the East is the Greek freak, Giannis Antetokounmpo, right? His window's closing now with Damian Lillard. Looks like they're trying to do some last-minute desperation move. They're trying to get off of Bobby Portis, trade Brook Lopez, and see what they can do, guys. But regarding, the Bucks, the New York Knicks have surpassed them, no doubt about it, right? We've passed Philly, and we've passed the Bucks, and we already passed the Heat as well. Respect to Indiana, because obviously they're a formidable team. They beat us, but when healthy, we're the better team as well. And then that's about it. Boston pushed Indiana aside. I know Indiana fumbled a couple of games, but Boston was a little bit reckless. I felt they played reckless. I think it's Boston and New York, and the next tier is a way big drop off. In my eyes, I think it's probably your Indianas and your Phillies. Phillies probably going to do something because they've got money to spend. It might be Ingram. They might just have to stack up with Bobby Portis and some role players. Maybe a Brook Lopez if you're them, because Embiid can't stay healthy too. All of these teams, Knicks 25 says, Lakers, Sixers, Bulls, Wizards, and Clippers are screwed. They got work to do right now. We're handling our business. Wayne, if Precious can take the exception, I think that'll be solid. Precious, we know, can play 4 and 5. He's with the system right now. Let's see. But, man, like G-Man said, tickets are going up. Prices are going up with this squad right now. 2 years in a row, making the Eastern Conference semifinals. Right now, it's looking like we're going to go, hopefully, 2 steps, 3 steps better. Now, so my prediction for the next moves, obviously after tonight, it's going to be Tibbs extending. It's going to be Brunson extending as well. While we've got the checkbook out and backing up the Brinks truck. Now, obviously Isaiah, I think, unfortunately, from everything we're hearing, and this is not what I want to happen, but I think Isaiah is going to get his bag. All right, now the Knicks are hard capped. We've already got to figure out a way to confirm this trade with Brooklyn, so that we don't take back more salary than what we're giving out. So unfortunately, Mikal Bridges makes 24 mil. Bojan Bogdanovic only makes 22. So we have to attach some kind of other salary, and apparently Diakite and Jeffries, because they're on minimums, that doesn't allow it, unfortunately. So it might be a sign and trade situation with Precious. Maybe Mitchell Robinson might have to go in another deal to lower our cap number. So we do have some things to sort out on that front too, fam. But the good thing is there's more veteran minimum guys, and I think we are going to be more attractive for other vet mins to come on board and be with us. And then I also do feel like, your Drummonds, your Goga Bitadze's, these guys will be in line to maybe get that $5 million exception if Precious doesn't take it too. Now it's 7:30 Eastern, and I will have the NBA draft coverage kicking off too. The draft kicks off at 8 p.m. So we're 30 minutes away from the NBA draft, and I'm excited. Moneyman OG says Josh Hart. Josh Hart's tweeting it out with fire emojis. Josh Hart, man, he's really that glue guy that's helping this culture stick together, man. Don't forget he came, he was a big catalyst in helping Dante come. He was a big catalyst now getting Mikal Bridges, his bro. And now he was a big part of getting OG to come back. And you love to see it. He's congratulating OG too. So let's hear right now from Ian Begley talking about the deal that OG Anunoby has signed or is going to sign to return as a New York Knick. Let me pull this up with the sound right now. And I shout out everyone else rocking out with us right now. Smash that like button.
And less than 24 hours after the Knicks In a trade with the Nets, they check another big box off for their offseason, agreeing to terms with OG Anunoby, reportedly 5-year deal, $212 million. And Anunoby, I'm told, was expected to get max offers from other teams. So there were big offers that were going to be out there for him. But I was told that ultimately he saw the vision in New York and he wanted to build a winner here at the Garden, and that was a factor in him coming back here. So now the Knicks have Mikal Bridges, they have OG Anunoby, they have Jalen Brunson as we head to the draft here where they have picks 24 and 25. But Isaiah Hartenstein, still a question mark here with New York. I still expect teams to come with significant offers for him once free agency starts Sunday, 6 p.m. I think those offers will be so high that it could be difficult for the Knicks to bring him back. Remember, Knicks are limited in what they can offer Hartenstein, starting at $16.2 million. But we'll find out more about that as we get closer to Sunday. Right now, Knicks, the priority for them was to get OG Anunoby back here, and they've done just that. 5-year deal. Anunoby will be a Knick for a long time to come.
You heard the words from Ian Begley, doing great work this preseason, off-season, and draft night coverage. Ian Begley with the word that it looks like Isaiah Hartenstein still increasingly unlikely to return. No surprise to me. As Josh Hart says, money man OG. And Dirty says the way we built this squad out is storybook. It just needs that happy ending too. Yeah, the chemistry is big. Obviously, those guys have won, chips together as well, so they know how they play, and they're buying in. There's a lot of guys who have taken pay cuts on this squad, and we congratulate them and salute them. But there's also now OG who's really got, a market value or above market value. So eventually people were going to have to get, overpaid at some point, because the better you get, the more these rivals want to make things difficult for you. And that's why I didn't understand the overreaction to the Mikal Bridges trade as well, too. I was trying to capture the moment of most pods and reactions out there as well, and there was a lot of reactions from non-Knicks media saying, obviously it was a steep price, but a lot of people were saying, like, I don't understand why the Knicks did that, or not understanding the situation as well as they should, because they just conveniently forget that the Knicks were injuries away from being in the Eastern Conference Finals, right? We're literally going all in, right? Caring about 5 first-round picks and one of them who's heavily protected anyway, when you're the closest you are to winning a championship in 50 years or 25 years, that's when you go all in, right? And you need the durability of a Mikal Bridges, right? The 29 and 31 first-round draft picks for the Knicks can rectify that later, by the time Jalen Brunson's 34, 35, and other veterans on the team can be moved around to get compensation back, right? But what you're doing it for is for right now, to try to win that championship too. So yeah, we are rocking out different time zones all over the world right now, and it's early morning, mid-morning for me, but it's one of my favorite days of the year, man. Even those years when the Knicks didn't have picks, even those heart-wrenching days when the Knicks had this 4th pick with Kristaps Porzingis, the 2nd overall pick with RJ Barrett, even the 11th pick with Kevin Knox, the 8th pick with Obi, right? It was always exciting, right? And today's no different, but it's exciting for different reasons, because we're a contender, baby, and we're right there among the league best, right? I mean, I'm going to ask you guys a question right now from left field. Are we better than the Denver Nuggets? Pound for pound, are we as good as the Denver Nuggets, right? Obviously, we've beaten the Nuggets recently. We've had success against them, and they won the chip. They were a one and done. They had their success, but We saw them not being able to beat, a really stingy defense with Minnesota, with Rudy Gobert, Ant Edwards, with, the likes of Karl Towns as well, and their wings, Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid. The New York Knicks have had success against the Nuggets recently, and I think we're coming. I'm not just thinking about Boston, I'm thinking about whoever's out west as well, too. You get through Boston, you've still got to beat the best in the West. And as far as I've been alive and growing up, most of the best teams have come out west as well. And to me, Boston's really vulnerable, right? They are a team that, came up against a friendly matchup. Let's keep it a buck, guys. They were, lucky to beat, they were lucky to face depleted teams. Nick Yak says, how many signed players? 8 or 9 plus 3 rookies. We still need to sign 3 players with not too much money. Yep. So that is where I'm going to give a little rundown on the cap situation, where we're at. And how we can settle this situation easier. I think the Knicks draft picks will be handy, especially knowing we've got 6 spots we've got to fill out, right? So OG returns, plus our 2 draft picks. If we make 2 draft picks, then we're at like 10 positions. If Isaiah returns, then that's going to be 11. But if you just look at this rotation, the first starting 5, that's 5 guys, and then we've got 3 confirmed off the bench, that's 8. 2 draft picks would have us at 10, and that's at about 45. So with OG's number now, we don't know the number of the first year. I think it's probably going to be around the 36 range, which is really going to leave us with only like $8 million with 4 spots to fill out. So with that said, maybe a sign and trade to send Precious out, in that Brooklyn deal. Maybe it is a sign and trade with Mitch at a different situation. Well, Mitch is already under contract, so that might just be a trade included. But the Knicks have got to do something, whether it's Jericho, because it's going to be tough, to fill out the rest of the roster. I'm going to assume we take a second round pick tonight, because you can sign a second round guy to 900,000, a very, very small guarantee, or a small number with no guarantee as well. And that's going to be really appealing for some teams. So look out for the Knicks second round pick. Here's what we might do. We might make one pick at 24, or package 24 and 25 and move up. And then we make the selection at 38. Maybe we buy another second round pick later in the draft to draft maybe someone, to help fill out the bench depth as well. Because, like I said, the second round picks are cheap as well. D. Grant says, everything looks good on paper, but until Knicks play Boston, who beat the Knicks 3 out of 4, you have to look at that, that even when they had a full squad. Yeah, I think we're coming, but obviously, we need to fill out the rest of the roster, but we're the closest we've ever been, and that's why people are excited to... Bronx Root says, if iHeart moves to the other team, a player to look at would be Jalen Smith from the Pacers. Yep, he would be a solid backup as well. Yep, I've talked about Smith, most def. And then there's obviously Drummond, there's Bitadze. People are talking about maybe Precious too. The thing is, the Knicks have got the best cap guys in the front office, so they're working on it and they'll figure it out. Like I said, they'll work a way to shed salary of Jericho Sims if they need. We'll see what happens with Mitch still, but I don't see Mitch moving because we need big men. Obviously if we're losing Isaiah, we need big men, man. Some people not me, but some people are still speculating that Randall, if you do want to really lower your cap number, maybe they think Julius, conspiracy theory, but I don't see it. I think rather than just doing that, Randall has way more value on the squad, but obviously the dollar's got to make sense to fam as well. Jericho Sims experiment, I'm not high on it from what we've seen. The improvement hasn't come, but obviously he's a cheap body right now, and we're going to need bodies to fill this thing out too. Alan, great point on Jacob Toppin, his expected development over the summer. Let's see. The great thing about Jake is we can keep him for another year on the two-way as well, so that'll help. That'll help things a lot. But you do gotta hit 14 guaranteed roster spots outside of the two-ways as well. So as we talked about just before, we've got the 5 starting 5 guys, and we've got Deuce, we've got Devo, and we've got Josh Hart. Now that's 8 bodies. Assuming we make 2 draft picks, that's 10 bodies. And then we have to reach 4 more. We have to hit 14. So depending on how much money we have left, that first number from OG, as I bring up the numbers right now, this will help sort of work out how much money we might have. I think Fred Katz says it well here, right? So if the Knicks start OG at his lowest possible number to hit that 212, it's going to look like it's 36. And reportedly, the Knicks were 45 million away from the hard cap. So that's going to leave, 9 million? That's going to leave about 9 million left, if that is the case, to fill out 4 more spots, right? With that said, I don't know if that's including the draft picks. Let me check that out. It might not be including the 2 draft picks. So the Knicks might have to fill in 6 spots with 9 million. But obviously they're gonna shed somebody, whether it's Jericho, whether it is Precious, who the Knicks still haven't, offered a qualifying offer yet, just to keep him restricted. So right now Precious can still walk. He's a restricted free agent, but the Knicks haven't extended a qualifying offer yet. So we'll see. Look out for tonight in the second round. If Jonathan Mobo, Tyler Smith is there, if a guy like Yves Missy was to slip, a Dem Boner, I think the Knicks will be looking for those cheap, big options, fam, as well, as we're 15 minutes away from the first pick selection to be made. We have breaking news from the Brooklyn Nets and ESPN. Nick Claxton has agreed to a 4-year, $100 million extension to return to the Brooklyn Nets. That's not a surprise to me. They've got to keep someone. That's a solid number, I think, for the Brooklyn Nets as well. They're rebuilding. He can be one of the faces of their rebuild at $100 million now. Nick Claxton returns, fam. What do you think about that, man? A lot of people are giving Brooklyn praise. All they're doing to me is blowing things up like they should have as well. So that's where it's at. Just looking at some more of the cap news and ways the Knicks can avoid getting hard capped at the first apron. It's going to be tough to keep Hart. It really is. I'm going to bring up the cap situation of Bobby Marks, and we can take a look at that right now as we're all buzzing. I think the Knicks might make a trade tonight, fam, NYC ball, but it won't be the Mikal Bridges one. It'll be a move to help facilitate the Bridges one. So just to clarify for everybody that doesn't know, the Mikal Bridges trade includes a draft pick from 2031. And because that is over the 7-year period, both teams have to wait for the financial new year to make that happen, which means we have to wait until July 1st. So The Mikal Bridges trade won't be confirmed until July 1st, right? We won't know the full particulars relating to that too, because of the final draft pick in that trade is from 2031, and it's just too far out. So yeah, Bobby says the same thing. It's very fluid, and the Bridges trade has still not happened. Knicks are 6.6 million below the first apron, and this is where things are at too. Jericho, he's got the question mark. There, Josh Hart, Devo, and Deuce off the bench, and that's basically it. We need more bodies. We've got the 3 picks tonight, and the threshold is right there. We want to avoid this. We want to avoid being hard capped. It doesn't matter if we are at the first apron or the second apron. If the Knicks can get to the second apron, we get a little bit more money to spend, right? But the reason we're hard capped right now is because we're taking back more salary than we're sending out. So right now, Mikal Bridges is coming. We know he's earning 25. Bojan Bogdanovic is only making 22. Right, so we're taking back more salary than what we're sending out. So we can't send out Diakite or Jeffries. We can't send out Jericho Sims, from what I heard in that deal. It has to be something separate. But either way, we need to shed a little bit more salary, I think, to make this happen too. And honestly, I believe what these guys are saying. I don't think Hartenstein is going to be back. Unfortunately, I just don't think that we can stomach that extra money. Obviously, we're paying OG a very handsome deal, and it's going to be a case of trying to find some guys that can help us, at that big man spot, rebound, protect the rim. We'll see. But yeah, people are saying we just need OG healthy when the time comes. Right, so the rookie scale contracts have come out, and the 24th pick will cost the Knicks 2.8, and the 25th pick will cost us 2.7 mil as well. So basically, if the Knicks make 2 first-round picks today, we'll be up for about 5 mil too. So that's something to watch as the draft is kicking off in a minute. We're buzzing with the best chat in the biz. We're going to keep going, baby, right through to the whole night, baby, as Ron Cleveland, my guy in the building, man, is here. Salute, Ron. Is this the best team since 2000, potentially 94? Let us know. Could this be the next championship team since 72? Right. So many fans are delirious right now because this is, they haven't seen a team like this in their lifetime. If you're young enough, obviously the 2013 squad with Tyson, that was cute. They kind of messed up the money with, relating to Chauncey Billups. They kind of messed up the money, amnestying Chauncey Billups, Amari Stoudemire's max deal with the injuries, hurt. I think Tyson Chandler and Carmelo Anthony were 2 guys that could have been a part of a championship team, but the other 3 pieces weren't good enough right now. But if you're talking about Brunson, Mikal Bridges, OG, Randall, and a 5-man, and some depth, elite bench with DiVincenzo, Josh Hart, I would agree, best team since 94. Yep. I would love to see, though, 99 up against this team with Mikal Bridges and OG locking down. I got love for Houston and Spree and that squad. Larry Johnson was tough as well. Patrick Ewing, Marcus Camby, they were different too. Irish Dome says, is Randall staying or leaving? Randall is staying right now, in my opinion. Right, we got 1 more year on the clock of Julius Randle at a good number. Then his extension is up, and I think the Knicks will see how this year plays out, too. AP says, I think the best Knicks of the 90s was the 96-97 team. Yeah, I agree. A lot of people feel like that was the case, unfortunate suspension and the league, being, foolish with that situation hurt, definitely. What's up, Chef? Got the streets buzzing. Appreciate you. The Knicks are going all in right now, and I said it before at the top of the show, man. I'm happy about OG coming back. I'm still concerned about the injuries like people are, but you got to keep him because you got Mikal Bridges now, who's never missed a game. So Hart can fill in the starting five, we know. DiVincenzo can. We know Deuce can. That's what makes this roster special, ladies and gentlemen, is that we might be on a situation where we've got 3 6-man of the years, really. Let's be honest. If Deuce takes a step up, he could be a worthy 6-man candidate. We know DiVincenzo is definitely going to be a 6-man candidate. And Josh Hart is as good as that. He comes in and he's the glue guy that any team would love to have off their bench as well. Now, Mitch's salary is friendly. That's why, it's a situation where he might be moving. We'll see. Obviously, the Knicks might be sounding out some picks at the big man spot, and maybe Drummond, Bitadze, someone cheaper. We'll see. We got to avoid being hard capped. So that's the number one goal, how we shuffle the decks right now. Ron says the Knicks have 2 big wings that can cause major problems for Tatum and for Brown. You said it. Right. The toughness as well. Don't forget, Mikal Bridges can guard 2s as well. So if it's Derek White or Drew Holiday, we can do that as well, fam. Right. Hart can even guard a Brown or a Tatum, and OG can guard the other as well. Al Horford is aging. Maybe Brooklyn, a one and done. Boston, a one and done. Rokas Jokic, yet we'll see how he fits as well. He's a veteran. He fits with the playmaking side of things as well. As a sneaky pickup for today could be Tyler Kolek, too. We got more Woj bombs dropping. So the Hawks are closing in on Zachary Risache for the number 1 pick. Wow. So there goes my guy Alex Sarr. He's going to be going most likely to 2 for the Washington Wizards. 2, fam. As NBA TV, Jared Greenberg is saying if there's anybody that can knock off the Celtics in the East, it looks like the Knicks. No-brainer right there. Absolutely. We got breaking news from Shams Charania is that Jimmy Butler will not sign an extension with the Miami Heat and will enter free agency next summer, ladies and gentlemen. So not this summer, but next summer, Jimmy Butler. You know what that means. He's getting traded, ladies and gentlemen. Pat Riley is not stupid right now. Pat Riley, man, is going to move Jimmy Butler right now. Does he go back to Philly? What do you guys think? Man, that is crazy news to come out here. Jimmy Butler's washed up to me, but he's going to form a team somewhere where he's going to be on a contending team. Is Jimmy Buckets headed for Philly again? Him and Joel Embiid have got some chemistry too. If we drafted Jalen Tyson, says Bronx, I would lose my ish too. I know you're a big Jalen Tyson fan. Big Jalen Tyson fan as well. He would be an excellent pickup for the New York Knicks, no doubt about it, fam. He would fit off the bench perfectly next to Hart, DiVincenzo, and Deuce as well. Hart can guard some 4s a little bit, we know, as well. Great to see you up in here, Ron. Let me know, man. The link's coming if you want to come on and chop it up with me. I would really, really appreciate it. No pressure. But if Ron Cleveland wants to come on and chop it up with me any day of the week, you're always welcome, fam, as well. What a day. It's just kicking off right now as the draft. Woj says the Hawks are going to take Zachary Risache, which to me is a risk, but clearly Alex Sarr didn't want to go there too. So we saw the vision. Ian Begley says OG Anunoby had max offers, but he came back to the New York Knicks. Alan says the Knicks need a glue guy like Baylor Shireman that Thibodeau can use with the vets. I think the need for a Baylor Shireman is a little reduced, in my opinion, based on getting Bridges and that. I would love to get a guy with a little bit more size, but Baylor rebounds really well for his size as well. So we'll wait to see. What's up, Danny? In the building, appreciate you. Mike. Ron Cleveland, big up. Chef says Jimmy to the Lakers. I think that is a real possibility now, fam. Maybe DeJounte Murray as well, right? Maybe Indiana find a way, right? What a way to make a splash if you're Indiana, if you can get Jimmy Butler out of left field, right? I mean, what would Pat Riley want in a trade for a Jimmy Butler? He'd want a couple of nice role players, young players, and picks, I'm assuming, so that he can go out and get someone else like Donovan Mitchell, right? I don't think there's a perfect poster boy for the Miami Heat that's not Donovan Mitchell. I think Donovan Mitchell, obviously if he stays in Cleveland, that's likely. But I think him going to the Miami Heat, maybe, and then Kevin Durant can find a way there as well. I think that's what Pat Riley would love, to get a Donovan Mitchell and a Kevin Durant. Someone there. J Dragon says, do we miss RJ yet? Salute. Go Knicks. Long time no see. I think we need a combination of size, to be honest, guys. I think Precious, you see the question marks over him, and you see over Isaiah. No doubt we are going to be missing rebounding with those guys. We're going to be missing some size and shot blocking as well. So that's where the clock, we're almost on the clock soon. And if I'm putting my tinfoil hat on, we definitely take one big tonight. We'll continue chopping up the wings and the guards that we might add. But I think non-negotiable that the New York Knicks need to add a big, in my opinion, too. As Bronx says, if we need a solid glue guy, Jalen Bridges from Baylor will be a name to look out for as well in the second round, I feel like, as well. Yeah, that would be a great pickup, second round. I think the Knicks are going to make a second round pick tonight. My worry at this point, and it's not a major worry, but the Knicks have got to trade up to get a guy in the first round that they want, right? And we're going to keep refreshing, bring you guys up to speed. But if the Knicks want Zach Edey, Khalil Ware, Deron Holmes, it looks like Yves Missy. It looks like we're going to have to trade up too. So we don't have official reports, but there's some speculation that Isaiah Hartenstein is leaning towards re-signing with New York over more lucrative offers elsewhere. Could you imagine? Right. I'm not going to reveal. It's just speculation at this point, but it's contrary to what some reports are saying right now. So I'll believe it when I see it. Right. We've got Alex Sarr there on the red carpet. He's looking sharp as well. Alex Sarr is my number one pick. I think he deserves to go number one, too. According to Mike Scotto, the Wizards could now place Malcolm Brogdon on the trade block. So I thought he would be their starting point guard, but the Wizards are clearly looking to rebuild. Looks like they're going to take Alex Sarr, number 2. Malcolm Brogdon, man, he could be a nice pickup, right? If I'm Philly, I'm looking at him. Hell, if I'm Indiana, I'm ruining the day that I lost Malcolm Brogdon. Same with Milwaukee. So let's see how this all thing plays out too. One of our friends of the show, Ryan Hammer, has released his mock, and he's got Johnny Furphy coming to the Knicks at 24 and Yves Missy coming to the Knicks at 25 in his latest mock this morning, right? So Furphy, I don't see that as a Knicks pick, but I would like it. I think he would add 6'9" size, shooting, rebounding off the bench. Missy would be a welcome addition because he's basically a Mitch Light, very athletic, raw, and a great rim protector as well. So as we're reacting to OG Anunoby coming back to the New York Knicks, man, player option in the 5th year, 42 million for one of the years as well. That's huge on average. Tim in the building. Salute, Tim. It's a great day. It's a blessed day to be a New York Knicks fan. I can't wait for this season to start. The parade on its way, Tim. Agree with you, man. It's a beautiful day, and I'm excited to see what else we do. I really am. And, hopefully more of these guys could be along for the ride, but hey, not everyone can be here for the parade on the squad. Isaiah may or may not stay. We'll see what happens with Mitchie. I want us to take a big today. Buzzer Beater's now in the building. Let's get it, Buzzer. Welcome in. And yes, OG is getting, as I'll pull up the salaries, it starts at 36. And OG is going to be getting 36 in the first year, 39 in the second year, 42, 45 in the second to last, and then 48, which is a player option, which I think he would probably, see what age he'll be at, but the salaries will be way up at that point, so he might decline. As much as it's crazy to say, OG might decline that final year, but he also might be picking it up. But salaries will be more than that. So yeah, OG Anunoby, the highest paid New York Knick in history. Fam, best believe that, man. Amari, Carmelo, Patrick, none of these guys ever earned this kind of bread as well. But as I said, it's like the times are changing. White Lotus is in the building, is a fan of Kyle Filipowski. We'll see what happens. I think he is going to slip, and I think he will be there on the board when the Knicks pick up. He offers some versatile skill sets from the big man spot to, and yes, we could move up as well. I think that's a big play to solidify 2 picks into 1 to maybe get the guy that we need. As I'm going to bring up my big board, this is just how I've got the prospects ranked, right? So right there, Deron Holmes, I think is going to go before 19 or 20, 21. Zach Edey, I think is now probably going to go before us as well. That's where I think Khalil Ware, some questions over his motor. Other teams maybe don't have the same scouting that we have in terms of Mike Woodson. And I do think Khalil Ware might be on the board. But if we do need to trade up to get one of these guys, we can. Ryan Dunn, I think, might be on the board when we pick as well. It might depend whether we keep the second one or not. Make sure we get Ryan Dunn. Filipowski, I think, will be there as well. Ron Cleveland is live with us in the chat. Salute Ron. Salute Tim. We've got the OGs in the building. We've got the best chat in the biz. Knicks draft day kicking off as well. We're refreshing live as the Hawks will make the first pick and pick up Zachary Risache as well. We're getting close, fam. So OG's deal comes with the standard 8% rise structure. He'll start out the first year with 36.6, right? Him plus Bridges plus the remaining salaries and the two first-round draft picks leaves the Knicks with about 3.8 million under the first apron for 13 players. Yep. So there we have it, man. I'm going to bring that up right now. That's according to Keith Smith, right, who does work with the cap situations. And Keith Smith is giving us the figures right now as I work out how many players we can fit in. So OG, Bridges, plus the remaining salaries and the two first-round draft picks leaves the Knicks with about 3.8 under the first apron for 13 players. So that's where it's at now, fam. I bring up the roster. We've got these 5 guys, and then he's including Deuce, Devo, Josh Hart, and then obviously the 2 slots here as well with Jericho Sims. Right, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right, we've got to see what happens with Isaiah. You see, Isaiah gets a bigger bag, and then that's going to put the Knicks over. Right, so that's where that's at. You know, looks like Isaiah might be the one. Ron says drop the link. I'm going to drop the link right now for Mr. Ron Cleveland to chop it up. Salute, Ron. Salute, chat. Let's get it. New York Knicks draft kicking off. And we're buzzing right now. New York Knicks keeping their core intact, adding the best wings in the business. And what a beautiful, beautiful day, right? And the day is just starting out in terms of the draft kicking off. Do we need to dump Jericho Sims? I don't think we do. I think he adds big man depth still. Third string, I know. He's not, he's not the best guy. Certainly not. But in terms of, the salaries now, and we're trying to fit guys in, I think it makes sense to still keep Jericho. We'll see what happens with Precious as well. D. Grant says, I'm excited about the Knicks. I never saw my hometown New York Knicks had this much potential since the 90s. Yep. It's a beautiful time, man. And I would love to see this squad versus the 99 team. That would be great. In terms of Alec Burks, he's a free agent, J-Dragon. So, yeah, we're not going to be able to fit him into the equation, right? He'll get a solid number, 8 mil, 6 mil, 10 mil. I think Burks he'll get a solid deal somewhere as well. And yeah, the Wizards traded for Malcolm Brogdon, and it looks like they're going to trade Malcolm Brogdon now as well. So yeah, don't get too excited if you see one trade, because there's going to be a lot of moving parts tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let me refresh. Atlanta has selected Zachary Risache with the first pick of the draft, fam. Yep, so that's no surprise. We're just kicking off to reacting live to each pick as well. The Knicks' current 8-man rotation is looking very nice. Very, very nice with this situation. I'm going to bring this graphic up on the screen right now, courtesy of SNY. What do you think of this 8-man rotation? Obviously, we've got 2 draft picks to add as well. We'll wait to see what happens with Jericho and Precious. D. Grant says, shoot, the Wizards traded for Brogdon. Yep. No doubt about it. Buzzer says, yeah, ATL didn't take Sarr because he didn't want to work out for them. Apparently Sarr wants to have more of an offensive-minded role too, fam. And, you know, they've got Trae Young, they've got DeJounte, and apparently the Wizards, you know, are going to be able to, you know, give him the torch to do what he likes as well. So that's attractive for both, I think. Ryan Dunn, yeah, definitely a demon defensively, questions offensively. We'll see how the Knicks value that, you know. The Knicks have brought him in the building and have worked him out as well. Yep. I think the Hawks... Oh, well, I agree that they're going to miss out on Sarr, and like Chef says, they kind of screwed the situation, but I think they should trade, definitely they should trade either Young or DeJounte. You know, fam, and I do think that Alex Sarr would have been the best player, you know, for them, hands down. No doubt about it. As we refresh, we see what else is up. D. Linda says the Knicks need a Khalil Ware. The second pick will be Alex Sarr, in my opinion, as we wait to see what happens with Denny Advida. There was talk that the Knicks could be interested in him. Yeah, there's a lot of salary gymnastics that have to play out. We'll see what happens with Baylor's Jalen Bridges, too. There's Tyler Smith out there as well. Yeah, he's not better than Sarr, in my opinion. Zachary Riesachet is a gamble. You said it. In terms of Sarr, who is he? You know, he can top out a kind of a Clint Capella, a starting quality big for many years to come. But he has a ceiling of a, you know, he could get to the level of a, you know, a Chet, in my opinion. Obviously, he's a little way off that. He's still got to develop. Buzzer says, if Deron Holmes the only 3 shooting big in this draft? No, there is Khalil Ware. There is some other guys as well. You know, Tyler Smith can stretch the floor out as well. We'll bring everyone up to speed as the picks happen, and who might be the best guy on the board. Bear in mind now, this is the first round, and it is going to go a little slower because there's no second round tonight, fam. That is tomorrow, too. So, we got Woj talking about OG Anunoby re-signing. Let me bring this up. Now we listen to that.
Anunoby extension been incredibly busy over the last 24 hours. Tell us about the OG Anunoby extension that literally just happened.
Yeah, Malika, this is just in. OG Anunoby, a 5-year, $212.5 million deal. That will include a player option on the last year, a trade kicker. This is the largest deal in Knicks history, and you know, his agents, Drew Morrison, Austin Brown, they had been talking with Leon Rose and the Knicks. That certainly accelerated after the Mikal Bridges trade last night. And now the Knicks, they keep Anunoby off of the market, and they have perhaps the best defensive guard duo in the East. Anunoby, Mikal Bridges. We know what the goal in New York is now. Match up with the NBA champion Boston Celtics, and they have their 2 biggest offseason priorities, acquire Mikal Bridges, and now they keep OG Anunoby, $212.5 million.
The Nova Knicks fully intact here, and OG Anunoby back with New York. We will
Just one minute, Ron. I'm going to get you into the building. We've got the chat buzzing right now. Guys, smash that like button. What a day it's been, right? As we get through it. Ron Cleveland in the building.
Man, what's going on? CT, New York Knicks fans, man. Hey, this is your captain speaking, man. Oh my goodness, man. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I'm loving what I'm seeing, man. Man, how can you not like this, CT? Last night, man, me and Soulfinger was talking, and I was like, Soulfinger, man, something's about to go down between now and in the draft. Like, I was at the gym, you know what I mean? And, just got home. So I was like, okay, I got to, get myself right. So after me and Soulfinger talk, it wasn't even 15 minutes, CT. I get out the shower, and I see this text from him telling me that we done traded for Mikal Bridges. I'm like, oh, my goodness. I couldn't believe it, man. I'm still in disbelief. I had to pinch myself because when I look at it, if anybody would have told me that we was going to trade with Brooklyn, I'd have been like, no way. We're not trading with Brooklyn. Brooklyn's not going to do us any favors. You know what I mean? So I'm happy. And then now this news with OG re-signing, Boston can hang it up. They can really hang it up.
Man, like what about the versatility? Guys can guard 2s, 3s, 4s. Now Randall, I'm excited to see Randall with this team.
Yeah, Randall is, and I'm not even worried about Randall. Like, I'm hearing people trying to say, well, Randall got a buy-in and all that. That's just the craziest talk. Man, Randall saw what this team was doing. That injury could be a blessing in disguise. And then we saw what Randall was doing prior to the injury. Randall was playing some of the best basketball of his career. He cut down on those threes. If everybody can remember, Randall was attacking the basket. And ironically, when he got hurt, he got hurt attacking the basket with that dirty play. I don't care what anybody said. Dude undercut Randall when the game was out of hand, and the Knicks clearly was going to win that game. There was no need for that. You know what I mean? So Randall coming back. Now you got two guys you can throw at Tatum and Brown. And if anybody have done their research and look at the head-to-head matchup between Tatum and OG, Tatum averages like 17 points a game against him, way below his season average. And now you got Mikal Bridges. And what I like is that we just didn't go out and get two guys that can play defense. But we got two guys who they're going to have to account for offensively too. So that's a win-win. The Knicks are in the best position they've been in, man, since the 90s, in my opinion. This is a championship team.
Yeah, and what do you think about the big man spot? Let's say if we lose Isaiah, Mitch becomes really important. What do we do with the draft picks as well?
Well, I've been saying this the whole time. I want Zach Edey. I want him. That's the guy, and I don't think we're going to lose Isaiah Hartenstein even before that report you were saying, because I remember him saying that he didn't want to really leave the Clippers. He left because the Clippers didn't offer him. But he said he would have taken less money to re-sign with the Clippers. And so that tells me that man see what's going on. It's unfinished business. I'm going to leave this team that's this close to a championship, and let's add up the fact that if you go out west, we know the road is tougher out west. There's no guarantee. We know every season have a mind of its own. But in the East, when you look at the landscape of the East, it's Boston and it's New York. Them other teams they're talking about, I'm not worried about them because we saw what took place this year. And so, to me, priority is Isaiah Hartenstein now. Him resigning, and you go draft a backup big because, let's face it, man, we cannot rely on Mitchell Robinson. We know in sports your best ability is your availability. If you're not available, you have no ability. Mitchell Robinson, I don't know if people really realize this. Mitchell Robinson have had 3 surgeries in 1 calendar year. 3. He had surgery before the season started. Then he had the cleanup surgery during the season. And then the guy had to have surgery again. Of course, we know what happened, with the Embiid situation in the playoff. Unfortunate. He had to have surgery again. So this is 3 surgeries in 1 calendar year. And this man has been dealing with ankle injuries since we drafted him in season 1.
Yeah, fair points. I think, we know what he can do when he's healthy, but the issue is, you got 82 games and you got the 16 games to win in the finals, the playoffs. You got to be durable, and you got to be someone who's versatile as well. We've been talking for years about a stretch 5, or someone with a game
Exactly.
post up. Just, you can't be playing 4-on-5 in the last few minutes of an NBA Finals game. Did you see Al Horford, and did you see Kristaps Porzingis?
Yeah, the old unicorn. Yeah. Real ironic. You know what I mean? I got to laugh. It's real ironic. You know what I mean? Him and Cornette, both of them guys getting championship rings. You know what I mean? But you're right. And when I look at what I remember when Mitchell Robinson went down during the season, and I was like, man, and I told Soulfinger, because we talk frequently. And I told him, I said, man, look, that injury to Mitch is going to be a blessing in disguise. I told him that. I said, because when you look at how Isaiah Hartenstein played the game, yeah, he may not take a bunch of jump shots. We know he got that floater. But there's one thing that he does better than most big men in this league, even better than some point guards. That man is a great passer. He's a great passer. Therefore, you got him can facilitate giving a pass off with those backdoor cuts. Man, it's just beautiful. And now you got another guy that's coming that knows how the Knicks play ball. Mikal Bridges, that was just like the perfect fit. Like, if anybody could have been perfect for this system, it's him. The Knicks, you're going to have a hard time trying to stop the Knicks now. You can't double team Brunson anymore. You can't double him. And another thing, CT.
Say it again.
We got it. You can't double him. You can't double him. And another thing, we got to go out and get a backup point guard for this squad. Miles McBride, I love him, but it's apparent he's a 2-guard, an undersized 2-guard that can dominate defensively. So I like the idea of having him playing off ball, where you can allow him to just worry about playing that defense and knocking that 3 down. Because I remember they said that he was the Knicks' best 3-point shooter when they were running the tape inside practice, because they tracked everybody shooting in practice. They said he was the best 3-point shooter. So in that regards, you go that route, and I'm with you, CT. Another name I've been calling, man, for the longest. I've been calling this name for a long time. Malcolm Brogdon. Malcolm Brogdon. He would be another perfect fit to this team. You don't have to go for big names, man. You need to go for guys that know how to play the game the right way and going to play within the structure of the team. You know what I mean? And that's what I love with this Knicks team. We don't have no over-the-hill guys that's here trying to get – it's all about the money. No, these guys are about the team. You know what I mean? OG's contract, I'm not even worried about that. That's the going rate. That's the market rate. The market is the market. You know what I mean? Well-deserved, and we got him locked up for the next 5 years. Actually, 6. Well, no, 5 years, because he opted out. So, hey, it's a beautiful time, man.
Hey, look at what's happening in Miami. Looks like Jimmy and Pat about to separate, and Indiana, Philly, they're going to be clamoring to try to catch up right now as the Knicks have loaded up in this arms race. But yeah, I agree with you. We got to get a backup point guard. Maybe we get one tonight. I like Rokas, who's.
Oh yeah, it would be nice if he can come on over, because we've been stashing him for about 2-3 years now. Time for him to come on and get with the program. But to the point about Jimmy Butler, one thing that I know about Pat Riley, we all know this. When Pat Riley move off of you, he's pretty much correct. You pretty much on your way down. They know how to get off of a player before they totally crash and burn. So I'm not worried about Jimmy Butler at all. Let him go on over there to Philly with Embiid. You know they love each other. Let him go on over there and we can stump him in.
Yep. And Alex Sarr has just gone with the second pick as well. Wizards traded Danny Advida for Malcolm Brogdon, who now might be then rerouted. Malcolm Brogdon might be on the move somewhere else. We'll wait to see. But
we probably can get him for a vet minimum.
You reckon?
Send over
minimum?
a second round pick.
I like that. I think Indiana, I think Philly, a lot of these teams are going to be clamoring. Orlando's coming up as well.
Yeah, but you know it'd be nice if they buy him out. If Washington buy him out and he becomes a free agent, that'll be lovely. Because then you won't have to give up any picks.
You about Tibbs now. Now with this roster, man, how does Tibbs shine? You know, how does he use these guys to the best of our potential?
You know, I was talking to Rob and Nick today about that. You know, when I look at what Tibbs can do with this lineup, the beautiful thing is there's no question whether or not these guys can play together. We got more than enough information that they can play together. So now Tibbs can go in lineups where, you know, he put the Villanova, 4 guys together, that quartet. Let them do what they do. Throw in somebody in the mix. You can overlap guys. It's just so much he can do with this roster. And actually, with these 2 moves, your bench just got stronger. Because now DiVincenzo can go to that second unit. Remember, we was having problems scoring too. So now DiVincenzo helps your scoring problem that you had in the second unit. You got Miles McBride. You got Josh Hart in that second unit. And with Randall coming back, you remember last year Randall was with the second unit sometimes. Jalen Brunson was with the second unit. So there's so many ways that Tibbs can go. And the beautiful thing is Tibbs got guys, all these guys that we're talking about is guys that's proven that they can play on this level, that they can play when the chips matter the most, when the game, high pressure situation. Young Deuce stepping up. You know, the only player right now on this team, to me, that's a weak link, and I would love if I had that we move off of him tonight, is Jericho Sims. As far as I'm concerned, it's time to move off that experiment. Because when Mitchell Robinson went down, when he went down and Hartenstein was dealing with that sore Achilles, and I'm looking at it, I said, okay, well, now the young fella get an opportunity. You mean to tell me you don't take advantage of that? And Tom Thibodeau had to play Precious Achiuwa at the center position. So that lets me know something, and we all can face it. Since that man got that contract converted to a standard contract, after that summer league performance, he was, looking good. What have that man progressed since NCT?
No, he hasn't, and defensively he's not sharp, and even Precious, I was a bit underwhelmed in game 6 and 7, but I understand Precious is solid in the regular season. He can help you in a pinch, so wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, and then another thing, you was asking him to play center. He's not a center. He plays his best at that power forward. Remember when he started at the power forward position after Randall went down some games? He was putting up career numbers.
Yes.
He's not a center. You was asking him to do something that's not advantageous for him. The best position for Precious is that power forward position. Let him back up Randall.
No doubt about it. Yeah, when you play to your strengths, you play in your position, you thrive as well. And look, Mikal Bridges, I don't think he's an ideal 2, but you got to fit him in somehow. But for me, guys, is that you can spread the minutes so well. I mean, DiVincenzo can technically play 20 minutes with the starters still and still be coming off the bench. Hart can still sub in as a power forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can have him as a 6-man coming off the bench. Have him and Hart coming in together. And those guys will still get a ton of minutes. With this roster now, the Knicks will not have to play players a ton of minutes. And then there's a misconception about that too. Because the minutes was out of necessity. We had a lot of injuries. Tibbs had to play those guys all those minutes. And then you think about this. Remember early in the season, wasn't Tibbs going about 9-man deep at one point? early in the season, it wasn't until that injury bug hit that he had to shorten the roster. Because some of these guys on this team, at the end of the bench guys, they don't even need to be on this team. It's apparent now, and I was talking about this too with Soulfinger. In the NBA, you remember back in the day at CT, you could have guys that will never touch the floor, right? And that was all good. In this modern day of the NBA, you have to have everybody able to contribute at some point. Because look at it, even what Boston did in that championship. They had guys, they were playing 10 deep in the finals. They were playing 10 deep. You have to be able to go and have versatility. And that way you don't wear guys out.
Yeah, well said. Well said, man. And I think, look, I love to see the Vegas odds after free agency, but Boston, we saw how hard it is to back it up and win back-to-back. It's like the hardest thing, man. Look at Denver now. I asked people in the chat.
Yeah, you're no longer hungry. The hunger goes. They got us listed from ESPN had us at 16-1 odds after the Mikal trade. We went to 10-1 odds. So now I'm interested to see what they're gonna have us at with OG resigning.
Yeah, when it comes to that, man, we just need to fix the big man spot, and I think we're
that's you know the beautiful thing is, CT. The beautiful thing is like we know the areas that are deficiencies on this team now. Like it's glaring. Like before, we used to have so many leaks, you couldn't fix them. You know what I mean? There was too many leaks. Now we don't have no leaks. Heck, the front office don't even leak information to the media, and I love it. I love it. When they be talking about the Knicks don't be talking, they don't need to talk. You find a way, we make a move.
Yeah, most people said we would never trade for Mikal Bridges, you know, and I didn't see it happening, but yeah, he made a fool out of me.
Yeah, I didn't see it, CT. I didn't think that was going to happen.
Yeah. What did you think of, you know, the number that OG's re-signing at?
You know, I understand this is today's basketball, man. This ain't 40, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, is what the market called for. It is what it is. And anytime you got other teams that have needs at your position, the guy, one of the best, if not the best wing defender, this is the cost of doing business in today's basketball. Heck, Jason Tatum is about to get $315 million. And I was shocked when Brown got 300. I was like, wow, 300 million. You know, but that's today's basketball, man.
It is. Everything's going up, Ron, you know, in terms of the salary with OG. I think the Knicks are still in one of the best financial situations with their depth because let's say Denver, you know, Jamal or Joker go down, they got no chance. If one of the Knicks wings goes down or Randall goes down, you're seeing that we can already still compete.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And the beautiful thing about that whole move with Mikal, you know, I heard people complaining, about what we gave up. The Knicks gave up 4 of their own first-round picks. That 5th one belonged to Milwaukee. So it's not the Knicks still have 7 of their own first-round picks. And the beautiful thing about that trade is that it didn't affect any of our picks for tonight, for this draft. When I found that out, CT, I was like, wow. I said, we still got all of our picks for this draft? I said, sign me up for that. You know what I mean? I'm loving it. So it's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. But CT, hey, I'm a run, man. Keep doing your thing. The streets are buzzing. They definitely are, man. And I gotta come back to the store and get me some new gear. I gotta come get me some new gear. And salute to the chat, man. And get ready because we going to the Eastern Conference Finals. And I truly believe the Knicks look like they're going to the finals. That I'm gonna put that out there. I believe we're going to the finals, man. I don't see Boston stopping us. No way. No way. And that's my word, man. And this is your captain speaking, and I'm gonna sign off, fellas.
Peace. Ron Cleveland. Salute, Ron. Great work. Great words on the current situation of the New York Knicks. Man, I'm excited. I feel the energy. I feel the hype of the fan base. And we're going to bring everyone up to speed with the draft picks as the Knicks getting closer to taking their 24 and 25 picks. And just like Ron said, it's a great thing that we were able to keep our draft capital for this season, right? And supplement some of these holes that we've got to fill on the squad right now. And OG Anunoby, the second Woj bomb in 2 days, right? Returning as a New York Knick. Won't be Philly, won't be in Orlando or wherever the heck that was spoken about. OG sees the vision, and we're coming back with an excellent squad in terms of depth. And like I said before, man, even if one or two guys was to go down with an injury now, with the wing spot, we're great, right? And let's see how far we can go with filling out the rest of the squad. And I shout out to the chat, man. I see you. I read all the comments, and keep it buzzing right now. And I will check the latest as Alex Sarr went number 2 right now. And Stefan Castle has gone with the number 4 pick. And we're waiting to see what the Knicks do, if there's any news of moving up potentially as well. And the Detroit Pistons are now selecting Ron Holland right now as they move on the board at number 5 to Ron Holland, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be moving to Detroit, right, at the 5th pick. So Ron Holland was someone who was, he was available as the number 1, number 2 slot for most of the college season. Then he started to slip, right? I think he was, probably the second best prospect in my eyes. I think a lot of people were starting to overthink it. Let me know what you guys think. But Ron Holland going number 5, and we're getting closer to finding out some more moves, ladies and gentlemen. But the squad that we're building right now, I'm confident that we're going to go deep into this season. Julius Randle, right? I think a lot of people were forgetting just what Julius Randle can do, and he obviously hasn't played in a minute. Tried to fight back for the squad, and I respect that. I respect what Julius was fighting for and doing, but he wasn't able to make it back, right? And with that said, I think he's still going to bring his bully ball. He's going to bring his shooting, and he's another shot creator that this squad really, really needs. No doubt about it. When we are talking about when we're talking about a situation where you need more shot creators, on the squad, and it's going to ease the burden of Jalen Brunson, and it's going to give Tibbs another weapon, another tool, right, to see what he can do with the squad. So we have Alex Sarr going in number 2, Reece Shea number 1, Reed Shepherd number 3 to Houston, and then we have San Antonio selected Stefan Castle with the number 4 pick, and number 5 will be Detroit selecting Ron Holland at number 5. So nothing too crazy so far from what we've seen, fam. So we'll wait to see who gets taken with the 6th pick Let me know who you would love to see the New York Knicks take. I've said the big man spot needs to be the priority. I would love Khalil Ware because he can space the floor out. I like Deron Holmes. He's a very versatile big who can play multiple positions as well, right? He's a little bit of an undersized traditional 5, but he is someone who has skills offensively, and very, very well-rounded too. Mike, appreciate you letting me know. Let me see if I can fix what's happening. Hopefully that's all good. We're back. Let me know if that's fixed some audio issues. We keep things buzzing. We've got the best chat in the biz. Tim, Bronx Roots, D Grant, Mike rocking out with us. Jason says Precious is a keeper. And this is a beautiful day for the New York Knicks as we refresh to see the next pick, to see who gets taken. And yeah, it's a slower format today, right? But the Knicks selecting at 24. We'll see who we take to. San Antonio getting Stephon Castle, I think is a really good fit. I think Ron Holland at Detroit is a guy that I think was a good, pickup for them. A good sort of upside swing as well, but with a very, very high floor, I think, for Ron Holland. Obviously, Detroit fired Monty Williams. They need stability in the worst way. Yep. Appreciate you, Mike. And the chat buzzing with us right now as OG Anunoby is confirmed to be coming back as a New York Knick. So the Hornets are now staying at number 6, right? And they're selecting Tajane Salone, right? The other French prospect. Let us know your thoughts. Charlotte selecting Salone with the 6th pick of the NBA draft, right? Sources say Charlotte was staying at that pick. Looks like they're going to keep him as well. France 6'9", very, very, very young as well. So look, Charlotte still trying to build some competitiveness as well. Looks like Memphis is also trying to move up to that spot. We've got some conflicting reports. Shams says Charlotte is selecting Saloon at 6. We've got some people saying Memphis moved up to 6 to get Klingon. So we'll wait to see what plays out with that. But Woj is reporting that other teams are trying to move up. But it looks like Charlotte's staying for right now for 6 to get Klingon. No one's been selected yet. That was realistic, for the Knicks. So things are going relatively according to script, fam, as well. But as we wait for these commercials, and that's why they've stretched it out, fam. AP. In terms of one of those days where they're trying to maximize the dollars. I understand. Right. But weaker at the top this draft. I think the best value in this draft for me, hands down, is between picks 15 and 25, fam, in my opinion. Even after 10, late lottery, after the lottery, and then into the 20s, fam, as well. As you'll see some big reactions from me if things, go way off script, right? Could someone trade up soon to get Zach Edey or someone else? We'll see. But yeah, it looks like Charlotte's still staying at 6. Pistons looks like also keeping their pick, and they're keeping Ron Holland as well. Some people still catching their breaths over the transformation the Knicks have made, going from Quentin Grimes and RJ Barrett at the starting wing spot to now Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. I mean, what a transformation that has been. Obviously, the hope was that the games of RJ Barrett and Quentin Grimes would continue to grow, continue to develop, and be, hopefully borderline all-stars one day. But, those guys are still young, got a bright future in the league, but they're not on the level of a Mikal Bridges OG. And so the Knicks have made major moves. We've still got Julius Randle, 2-time All-Star, and now second-team All-NBA, Jalen Brunson, top 5 MVP candidate right now. We buzzing, ladies and gentlemen, as we we await for the 7th pick of the NBA draft. We're catching up, and we're making sure that we've got every news covered down pat, and especially any New York Knicks thing will bring you up to speed live with that Salute Replay squad. And we've got the chat buzzing with us right now, right? People, even NBA neutralists are applauding the New York Knicks moves. We've got Tom Thibodeau. He has to be one of the happiest men inside that organization right now. We fell short, but we're also in a situation where we're adding more durability with OG, and we're adding depth as well. So, yeah, as the chat saying, selections made could still be traded as well. So yeah, there's not going to be too major reactions, but we'll obviously you hear the selections, and then you'll hear either Woj or Shams confirm if the pick is staying or if the pick is going to go and get moved out. But look, we paid up. We keep OG, and it was expected. But I'm sure we tried to get a cheaper price, 30, 35 mil, but it just wasn't happening. We needed to fend off the competition and keep him, right? So Charlotte's keeping their 5th pick as well, their 6th pick, and they're focused on Saloon, right? Now Portland, with the 7th overall pick, are selecting Donovan Clingan at number 7, right? We'll wait to see if Portland keep him or whether they get some offers from some teams trying to move up. Now, Donovan Clingan, for many people, was dubbed the safest big, the best big in terms of defensively, rim protection. With that said, I think that's a solid pick for Portland. They need the big. They've got, obviously they moved on from, they've got the Duop Reith situation. They took on the big from Phoenix as well, DeAndre Ayton. So Portland's taken another big. Let's see what they do with DeAndre Ayton, fam. But my Aussie guy, Duop Reith, has done an outstanding job as a rookie this season. And yeah, he was someone who really took strides. He's a 3-point shooter as well, and he's able to play that 5-out look, which is really enticing for teams of the NBA. So, but for my New York Knicks, we're getting closer to 24 and 25, fam. And any news, salute old head. The streets are buzzing. Smash that like button. I'm a big fan of Alex Sarr. I think he was probably the best prospect in this draft, and he went number 2 because of the fit. I think with Atlanta, it didn't work out. I think he didn't want to work out for them as well. So he's a guy who's sort of forced his way to a better situation for him, just like Mikal Bridges did for the New York Knicks, forcing his way to us, and I'm loving it with what has happened over the last 2 days, right? Look at that squad. I mean, assuming Mitch is a starting five, right, he'll be healthy come opening night. Isaiah will wait to see how much of a bag that he'll get, or whether the New York Knicks can still find a way to keep him. I hope we do, because that'd be a two-headed monster at the 5 spot. But again, I'm hoping for a Khalil Ware, a guy who can stretch the floor out a bit and just be an understudy, someone who gives us a different look as well. Looking forward to getting Juju Randle back too. So yeah, Mike, I'll definitely be streaming for round 2, but round 2 is tomorrow, fam. Round 2 is tomorrow, and you know today it's a 2-day format right now. This is the first time ever the draft is over 2 days, so it'll be 4 p.m. Eastern. Back at it tomorrow. Tonight is all about the first round only, but we'll see if the Knicks can make a trade too. Bronx is asking, would you replace Robinson with DeAndre Ayton? I think Ayton, if we had another rim protector, then Ayton would go well with him in terms of supplementing the other side of that game. I think Mitchie's definitely limited offensively. It has hurt us at times. So yeah, Ayton coming in, I was pretty high on, but now I don't know about his motor, the salary that he's on. But Ayton, the player, I think there's something there to work with. For the money, I just don't think it would be the best situation for us. But I feel like offensively, he can definitely help us more than most of our bigs too. But he's definitely got to shake things up in his approach, I think, with DeAndre. So we've got our friend of the show, B-Ball Breakdown, tweeted out, so who's ready to see how Bridges fits with the Knicks? Looks like he's going to drop a video on that real soon, which is awesome to see. And we've had the 7th pick go to Donovan Clingan to the Portland Trailblazers. So they're looking to get another big, and that makes a lot of sense too. So nothing has gone really outside of the script, nothing too crazy in terms of trade ups yet or trade back, right? And we've got the New York Knicks on the clock in what I'm going to assume is probably another 30 minutes or so, maybe slightly more than 30 minutes, 45 minutes, depending on the commercial breaks too. But Donovan Clingan, like, he's not an Alex Sarr to me, but he's a good rim protecting big, and he's good in the dunker spot as well. Portland trying to, add some big men to their current situation. OG Anunoby, I'd love to see his versatility get fleshed out this season, right? He can play the 3, 4, and some 5s as well. Give us a little bit of a 5-out look. We saw him guard Joel Embiid in the playoffs, which is awesome. And we saw him, being able to deal with him in the post too, which is what you want to see. Is it a long-term thing or for big stretches? No. But I do think that, OG Anunoby should be a cheat code that you can, break glass in case of situation at the 5 spot. I really do think that, he can hold his own in the post against these bigs. And look, bigs are getting smaller. Let's say teams throw Alex Sarr at us or Chet Holmgren. OG can definitely guard those kind of guys, in my opinion. Yep. Daras says we're big buzzing up NYC. It's Knickerbockers going past the ECF. Boston is right there, I think, in our sights, and I think we're constructing our roster to beat them in terms of guarding their 2 best players. OG can guard Brown, and of course Tatum as well. And of course Mikal Bridges can guard 2s, 3s, 4s. So we're waiting for the 8th pick. Let's see what happens, fam. There's a little bit of a pause between 7 and 8. Let's see if we have a trade. Let's see what's up with that. As we get closer to the Knicks, I'll let you know if there's a big target off the board that I think was likely for the Knicks. Chris Mannix is saying more moves likely coming in Portland, which right now has DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams, and Donovan Clingan. And my guy, Duop Reith, as well. Show some respect to Duop Reith. So let's see what Portland do with some of these bigs, too. Shams has also said there's 0% chance that the Suns trade Kevin Durant. Right, so let's see what happens. Obviously, the owner, he's not definitely balking at any advances in that situation. Kevin Durant, right? He's a money maker for Phoenix. Although the chemistry, it needs a lot of work, too. I think where the Knicks are operating, fam, is that they're not going to invest big money in a big, right? At this point, DeAndre Ayton is on a handsome salary, and we're paying OG, Mikal. We're paying Brunson as well. If we do move off of Randall's salary, then I could see us reinvest a big salary in a big man. But right now, it's tough, right? So we have the 8th overall pick come in, and it is San Antonio selecting Rob Dillingham with the 8th pick, man. 15 points a game, 47% from the field, can shoot the 3, 4 assists per game, fam. Rob Dillingham, right? But he could be on the move to Minnesota, sources say. So that's the point guard that maybe Minnesota need to get. We've got Mike Conley, who's aging, and they need to add some depth at the backcourt. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, right? Rob Dillingham out of Kentucky going with the 8th pick, but it looks like Minnesota might be trading up, right? Hey, if we had let OG walk to a contender like Philly or someone else, right, the knives would have been out. But now, some people want to complain that it was too much money. So it's like there's always going to be some people that just, aren't a fan of, of either side, and whatever happens with that situation. But the cap's going up, and you just got to do what you got to do. You got to retain your prize too. So ultimately the results will come, and the noise will quieten down. With that said, we've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander start following Isaiah Hartenstein on Insta as well. So the recruiting, some subtle recruiting happening right now. Yeah, we got the Mikal Bridges, DeAndre Ayton connection. And look, these guys haven't been shy talking to friends, and I feel like the full New York Knicks championship movement is now in full effect. I think recruiting vets, recruiting veteran minimum guys, recruiting more complementary pieces is going to continue. Fam, and everyone loves a winner, baby. Everyone loves the fact that, if you're a city like New York City, you're a team like the New York Knicks, we're more attractive than we were 2 days ago. We're more attractive than we were yesterday now. And we keep it moving. We make a couple of picks. We keep building. We see how everything looks this season. And we can still make tweaks. Right. One of the best things about having all those draft picks is that the New York Knicks still have their 26 pick, their 2026, 2028, and we still have 2030. And we still have next year's Detroit, if it conveys, and next year's Washington pick, although they're most likely to continue going down the line, the following year and then the following year. But we still have those two protected picks as well as our own 3 out of our next 5 years with 26, 28, and 30 as well. So we can continue to come back and compete for that Eastern Conference Finals, hopefully go further, but we still have moves we can make in the future, right? So let's see if confirmation whether Rob Dillingham is going to mini or whether he's staying, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Memphis Grizzlies are selecting big man Zach Edey at number 9, sources say, as I'm refreshing to see whether or not it's a trade or whether or not he's staying. So Rob Dillingham and Ron Holland did not slide. And the Timberwolves have made the trade for Rob Dillingham. They've traded 2031 unprotected and a protected 2030 pick swap to the Spurs to get Rob Dillingham, right? So that's the Timberwolves point guard, right? So that's solid. Portland Trailblazers have welcomed Donovan Clingan as well. That's official with the 7th pick. So they're keeping Donovan Clingan. It looks like, yeah, your guy Ayton, Bronx roots, could be maybe available. He could be had. Possible. So let's see, man. The Grizzlies have selected Zach Edey at number 9. A lot of people buzzing right now. This draft has been quite stale so far, but it's heating up. It's heating up. As like I said, the fun begins around the 10 spot, the 15 spot, as we get into the 20s. 2 guys as well. Continue to shout you guys out and see what happens. Zach Edey ends up a top 10 pick. Man, let's see. Dara says today's price is not yesterday's price. Get used to it. Yep. So, yeah, we've got some people happy that Zach Edey is now officially off the board. And it looks like the team that wanted him the most, fam, has got him, which is the Memphis Grizz, man, at number 9. Does that mean Jaren Jackson is on the move? Obviously, this makes sense now for Memphis. If you think about it, if you don't know, Jonas Valanciunas is a free agent, and he's going to be on the move, most likely now. He's 32 years old, right? Ja Morant, Zach Edey, pick and roll, too. Yeah, there's some similar questions over Khalil Ware's sort of motor, and I think if the Knicks will if he checks the boxes in the workouts, in the interviews, I could see the Knicks going for him still. But then we know Tibbs doesn't really like young bigs that much, obviously early, so we'll see. But the Spurs have traded Rob Dillingham to the Wolves, for 2 picks. So they get their point guard. Mike Conley's getting too old. And then, of course, Memphis get their big man now because Jonas Valanciunas is leaving, most likely, and he's getting old as well. So we're getting up to the 10th pick. I can't wait to see what happens next, fam. We keep it buzzing. Rob Dillingham, a solid pickup, I think, for the T-Wolves, right? So the Utah Jazz are on the board, and they're selecting Cody Williams at number 10. Cody Williams coming in at number 10. Right? Let's see if they keep that pick. Right? Cody Williams, man. I think he's the brother of Jalen Williams. right? So he's going to come in, and that's a solid pickup for Utah, right? 6'7" forward out of Colorado, only 19 years of age, too. And of course, we got B-Ball Breakdowns video of Mikal Bridges just dropped as well. So check that out. I'll check that out after this live stream. Mikal Bridges fit with the New York Knicks as we're heading into the 11th pick. Too. We're almost 10 picks away from the New York Knicks. The Jazz taking Cody Williams. So that's pretty according to script, right? Nothing's been too crazy yet outside of Zach Edey going number 9, fam, as well. Bronx says, thank you, Jesus. I'm tired of hearing that my team had any interest in Edey. The fit was a risk. I think now we don't have to worry about it. You know, he's a slower, big, can be played off the court in big moments, playoffs. How good is he offensively down low in the low block? How good is his jump shooting develop? That's going to be something. That's going to be something to really determine his ceiling, right? How it all plays out. But yeah, we're inching closer to the 11th pick on the board, and that is the Chicago Bulls, fam, as well. I'm looking at maybe Tristan Da Silva for them, maybe Nikola Topic hasn't gone. Dalton Connect still on the board as well. Martus Buzelis is still on the board as well. Do they go Jared McCain? Well, they've already got Josh Giddey. We'll see, man. Maybe they swing high on a Keyshawn George. That's something to look out for as well. As we refresh this baby to see who the Chicago Bulls are going to take, fam. They're on the clock. They're thinking about it. Are they going to trade back? Is this where the New York Knicks get busy and move up to everyone's surprise, right? I doubt they can get that high. But what a great pickup for the Spurs. So they've traded back out of that spot. Of course, they've got 4 and they've got 8 as well. Well, they've traded 8 basically for Rob Dillingham, sending him to the Wolves, and they've got a 31 unprotected first and a protected 2030 as well. So what a move. What a move for the Spurs, man. Getting younger, getting their 4th pick, but then also shedding the 8th pick for more future compensation, right? But man, Zach Edey at 9, that is higher than I thought he would go, fam. I really thought he might be there in the late teens. But yeah, that's the first big surprise of today's draft, fam. We're still waiting on Chicago. Pick 11. It's about to hit any minute. I think Kel'el Ware is better because, you know, he does both things, protects the rim and can shoot it, right? You always look at who won the championship and what the blueprint is, right? The Joker previous year could shoot it, could stretch the floor a bit. This year, you had Kristaps Porzingis and you had Al Horford as well, right? Those back-to-the-basket bigs that can't shoot aren't in style so much right now. We'll see what Jonas Valanciunas can get on the free agent market. I do think he'll probably get a nice little bag. Maybe a 2-year deal. We'll see what plays out with that. We're waiting on Chicago pick 11. And as one of the names I said, they are selecting Martus Buzelis with the 11th pick. Okay, so Buzelis, a small forward out of the G League, Ignite, 6'10", can score, can rebound. That looks like Zach LaVine. What happens with DeMar DeRozan? Fam, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, going to be names to watch when free agency hits. I do feel like it's about time that they move on from Zach LaVine. Fam, and I think we'll see what they can get. Maybe he gets traded tonight for some more picks to another team. But I'm glad that the Knicks stayed clear of Zach LaVine. You know, he was a name that people talked about for a minute, would provide some offense, but we got that in DiVincenzo. We also, you know, we got the heart of Josh Hart, the rebounding, the hustle, and we got the shooting of Devo as well. Yeah, I'm not hearing any of the announcement on ESPN. I'm literally on mute right now. I'm talking to you guys, and I'm on visual as well. It's up to people to make up their own evaluations of the prospects. But yeah, to me, the fun doesn't really begin until after the lottery in this draft. Right, I'm not moved by any of these guys outside of Alex Sarr. That's not to say I don't think some of these guys will be solid pros. You know, I just feel like it's a very underwhelming lottery. I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder. We had Obi Toppin go in the lottery, you know, at pick 9 or 8. And Obi wasn't given the platform to develop more, but so far he's shown to be not really a lottery pick in the NBA. So it's just crazy how prospects can look better in the college system than what they will be in the NBA system, right? Obviously, those more athletic guys that can space the floor out look even better in the NBA. Whereas guys that are overly dominant in college, you know, you take that with a grain of salt, because that doesn't mean they're going to develop and be dominant in the NBA. It's stronger. There's less spacing in college game, you know, and physicality can help you a lot more. But in the NBA, you know, everything's wide open. So next up on the board, we have Oklahoma, too. Oklahoma coming in at number 12. Like I said, do they take the swing on Devin Carter now? He's a hot name, right? Nikola Topic might be sliding because of the knee troubles that he's recently had. Tristan Da Silva, Jared McCain, I think Dalton Connect. Those are the names to watch for pick 12 with Oklahoma. As we refresh, man, we're getting into the point where the Knicks might be able to do something and move up. But sources, Shams, are saying that the Pels are promoting executive Swin Cash, right, to senior vice president of basketball ops, making her one of the highest ranking women in the NBA front office, man, as well. We know Swin, she used to be, you know, working with MSG, links with New York as well. Congrats to her, man. This is a monumental move. Right, shout out. We're waiting on Oklahoma, fam, to see what's up with the 12th pick. Chicago taking Buzelis, a small forward. I think that's a pretty solid pick for them, right? They've got Josh Giddey now at the guard spot. They've got a bigger wing. Let's see what they do with Levine and with DeRozan, too, fam. But Zach Edey, the big name off the board, that's climbed higher than general consensus. So Utah took Cody Williams. And Tony Jones, reporting for the Jazz, says, the Jazz were trying to do some other things as well, but they weren't able to get it done. If the Jazz had gotten to number 1, Cody Williams would have firmly been in the mix there. Utah's liked him for a long time. So that's interesting. So Bill Simmons is saying Oklahoma might be able to get Dalton Connect. Jesus. So that's insane. Right. Dalton Connect was about 6 on most people's boards, 6, 7, 8. And here he is sliding to pick 12, potentially, as we wait to see what Oklahoma does. Fam. What a great day for the New York Knicks. We wait to see what we can do in the draft, fam. I'm excited. The Knicks war room is buzzing. What do you think Oklahoma's going to do, man? The pick ain't in yet. We're still riding on Chicago. Yep, and I agree with Bronx here, man. We're waiting. We're getting closer to the Knicks territory. Once we get to that 15 pick, we can start looking for that possible Knicks steal. Once it hits 20, all bets are off, I think. Yeah, all bets are off, man. With the 2 picks, could be a trade up, could be one of them and then a trade down. Maybe we package 25 and 38 and we get a couple of second rounders. Let's see, man. Let's see. But it gets real exciting after 15 because any team can literally pick anyone. It's all in how they see the development and the fit and all of that, man. But I know that there's fans of Khalil Ware in the organization. Zach Edey's off the board now. Deron Holmes, I think, is one of the best choices at the big for a Tibbs system. So yeah, the top 10 picks are in, right? We're waiting for the 12th pick. Former Kansas guard Frank Mason III on the number 1 overall pick. Researchet says, I played this guy in France this past season. No way he's the number 1 pick in the draft. But I guess, LOL. So he's firing shots at Zachary Researchet, right? Who's very young. Obviously, I get it. Frank Mason sounds a little salty. But, right, it's an upside swing, right? We know this is a weak class as well. We'll wait to see what happens with OKC. And according to Yahoo's Jake Fisher, Oklahoma is poised to draft Nikola Topic out of Serbia with the number 12 pick as well. So OKC is getting Nikola Topic. Right, that's a very, very, very Oklahoma pick. Right. No surprise there, fam. With that one. Now, that's a good upside swing because, Topic did his knee or did a meniscus. And I think, he was slated to go a little higher. But if he can get his health sorted, he can be a big guard to play next to Shea. Obviously, J-Dub can play the 3. Topic can play the 2 and the 3 as well. They've offloaded Josh Giddey, and they've got Alex Caruso coming off their bench now. So, you got Oklahoma really shuffling these maybe final pieces to contend, right? Well, all the credit to them. They're still building. I still have them a little bit below Denver and Minnesota, but they're right there. I think they'll be right there next season, next to Dallas. In my opinion, Shea Gilgeous is a little bit too. I think I really respect SGA, but I think he's still a little bit too ball dominant, right? He's not a facilitator. He's literally isolation. I get that they needed to move off of Josh Giddey because the floor spacing was just killing them. But I do think that SGA is, needing to move the ball a little bit more. Is a bit too sticky, on the ball. But Topic is going to help them out a bit. That's a solid pickup for them. We'll see what else is happening. Are we going to get some trades soon, right? Memphis took Zach Edey because of fit. I think it was higher than most people, but if you factored in the fact that they've lost, we're going to lose Jonas Valanciunas most likely, and you factor in that Jaren Jackson has been, in and out of the, the medical room, then they needed to capitalize with another big, so that's why Memphis I could see taking Edey at 5. D. Grant says, yeah, Ryan Dunn is a good defensive wing. Bronx says, here's a thought I had. If Knicks were there to draft Holmes, does it make it more obvious that they're going after next season Randall, all but gone? I think it just comes down to financials, possibly. But yeah, but Deron Holmes is certainly a great insurance policy plan B. Like you said, plays both sides, versatile between the 4 and the 5. I think, a changing of the guard in terms of Isaiah leaving might have the Knicks contemplating playing a little bit more small, stretching the defense out a little bit. If we do get Ryan Dunn, he can play some small ball 5. So can OG as well. And, of course, we know Mitchie can guard your Joel Embiids. Was actually a better matchup for Embiid than Isaiah. But we're buzzing on draft night, man. This is one of my favorite nights of the season, right? It's different, Sometimes the stress of the lottery, but then when you're not in the lottery, it's more fun, you see, and we can add some depth pieces soon, right? Off what's been a huge couple days, and look forward to seeing what the Knicks can do. We've got the second round tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern as well. We'll be live once again as well. Smash that like button. The streets are buzzing. We've got the best chat in the biz here. Knowledgeable takes and a passionate New York Knicks family. So there is going to be some more bombs today, like you predicted, man. There's going to be a few more trades, maybe some trade back scenarios as well. We'll see what plays out. My Knicks are going to get busy, no doubt about it. But yeah, Topic to the Thunder with the 12th pick is a very, very good value pick. Don't forget, guys, Knicks had dialogue with Washington on a Mitchie as well. If we can get off Mitchie's salary, that makes this hard cap situation so much easier. And you could probably keep Precious Achiuwa as well. So if, hypothetically, I'm not saying I want to do this, but if the Knicks were able to squeeze Mitchie's salary in a trade and not take much back, then we could absorb, the huge OG deal, the Mikal deal, and we can absorb maybe a backup big off one of these other teams. I don't want Kyle Kuzma. We don't have room for Cam Johnson. But we'll see. Sacramento is expressing interest in Kuz right now. Dalton Connect is still on the board right now. Let's see who takes the 13th pick, which is the Sacramento Kings, right? We're getting close, man. We're within 10 picks of the New York Knicks. And Leon Rose is getting busy. The work is not finished yet. Let's get it. Hartenstein. People are still holding on to hope that Isaiah Hartenstein comes back. Look, it's still fluid. Like I said, if you shed Mitchie's salary, maybe that makes getting Isaiah back easier, or vice versa. But OG is the money man right now. Teammates hitting him up for a dinner. I'd be the same, man. If I saw my teammate become the highest paid New York Knick, man, I'll be like, dinner's on you, man. A couple of dinners, fam. Brunson haven't even got his bag yet, his big bag. One thing though, if Isaiah does get his big bag, man, he'll deserve it. But he also we'll owe Mitchie a dinner, I think, because when Mitchie went down, the whole world changed for Isaiah Hartenstein, man. I think he was able to show the world that he's a starting big. But if Mitchie stayed healthy, Hartenstein might not be in line to get 25 mil. So it's crazy how it all works out, my friends. In this situation, right? I'm always happy when a player gets their bag, to be honest. But let's see. Now, Sacramento, the pick is in, and they are selecting one of the feel-good prospects of the lottery, Devin Carter, with the 13th pick, man. He's a dog. Great pick for Sacramento, fam. De'Aaron Fox is starting to get cold out there. Starting to need more help. A running mate in the backcourt right now. And, Sacramento's been floundering. They get their man in Devin Carter, man. A combo guard, 6'4", 20 points a game, 8 rebounds. Son of former New York Knick Anthony Carter and Heat legend. Devin Carter's a great pick. He slid a little bit more than people thought. But pick 13, that's solid. Right, so Portland's on the clock again with 14, right? This could be where the Knicks might jump in and get busy. Right, this is going to be Portland's second pick at 14. Tristan da Silva, still there for them. Let's see if they go McCain, Jacoby Walter, Keyshawn George. I think they might go Bub Carrington. I think, fam. This could be the real range where we start to feel Bub Carrington get mention. Could he work alongside Scoot? Maybe a Bub Carrington, Scoot Henderson backcourt. It is a little bit of a reach for 14, but this is kind of where I got Bub Carrington's range on my big board. D. Grant says the Kings might trade Fox. He did not sign the extension. That's a factor too, man. Yeah, getting Carter, I think. They could be going in that direction. Let's see. He might be Fox's replacement. We'll wait to see with that, man. But yeah, one thing you're getting with Carter, you're getting a dog. He competes as well. That's a solid pick for the Kings, man. The Kings are always one of those teams I'm rooting for, man. They're out there in California, but they're not the Lakers. They're not the Clippers. The Clippers are easy to, to pile on. But the Sacramento Kings, they made improvements, but man, they traded Tyrese Halliburton. They got Sabonis. But right now, Sabonis and Fox just ain't enough in the West, man. You need more. Right. It was solid for them for a cup of coffee. But then they got overtaken. The pack caught up. And now, they need to do something else, man. Keegan Murray ain't moving the needle for them. Keegan Murray, and then they've got the redhead kid as well. The redhead kid from Atlanta. I forget his name with that situation, but yeah, they need to add more pieces. Yeah, they got Davion Mitchell out there as well, and they got the redhead kid, the wing. Well, I forget his name, man. Jonathan Wasserman, draft expert for Bleacher Report, says some picks that I love so far. Ron Holland to Detroit, Donovan Clingan to Portland, and Matas to Detroit, Carter to Sacramento. Right. Let's see what he's talking about. I don't think Detroit had 2 picks. Unless I think Matas went to someone else, but maybe Detroit bought the pick. But I like the Topic to Oklahoma pick. I do like Devin Carter to Sacramento, and I do think Edey obviously fits with Memphis. although he's a little higher than I would have taken him with that situation. But look, you got Ja Morant, you've already got some pieces. Memphis, the time is now. The time is now for, out in Memphis to make some more moves. Appreciate you, Warner Pinto. Kevin Herter is the name I was thinking of with the wing in sack. Yeah, Kevin Herter, very solid rotation piece. But yeah, I think Sacramento got to continue building. I know they're not a free agent destination, and they're not a place that free agents are clamoring to go to. That's why they had to move off of Halliburton to get Sabonis. But pick 14, here we go, baby. Pick 14 is the Washington Wiz. Ladies and gentlemen, do they take Bob Carrington? Do they take Jared McCain? Looks like I made an error before in terms of saying it was Portland, unless there's been a shake-up. Looks like, yeah, Washington should be making the selection at 14, not Portland. Michael Drake, let's go Knicks. Let's go, everyone listening. We're getting closer to the 24th pick. Let's see what Leon Rose, Worldwide West, Gerson Rosas, Walt Perrin, and Tom Thibodeau have cooked up with this draft, man. Which players do they like? I've got my guesses. I think Deron Holmes should be pretty high. They do like Tyler Smith, from what I've been told. I think they do like Baylor Shireman for the shooting. And I think Khalil Ware, it'd be interesting. They've worked him out recently. And Jonathan Mobo as well. Zach Edey officially off the board now. Too rich to trade up. We'll never know. Maybe the Knicks were interested to get into the Edey sweepstakes, but that was too high for them, man. I respect that. Right now, obviously, we might be needing a big. Hell, if we don't take a big, that'll probably let me know that they feel good about Isaiah coming back, or Mitchie, and then getting a free agent big as well. And as I predicted, Bob Carrington, within that range now, goes in the lottery, fam. What a rise for Bob Carrington. Big fans around the league, big circles. Bob Carrington has risen a lot, man. He was in the 20s a lot over the last month and a half. Bob Carrington now goes as a lottery pick. Ladies and gentlemen, a two-way wing, right? A two-way guard, combo guard. Can slash, can play make, but very, very young. The youngest prospect in the draft, too. And of course, Dalton Connect has fallen out of the lottery, it looks like, too. If that happens, Ryan Hammer says it was not on my bingo card, and it's going to be maybe laughable to look back on. Right, so he sounds very high on him. David Aldridge, formerly of the, he used to be the beat writer he is, I think, currently with the Athletic. Beat writer for Washington, says the Wizards had Bob Carrington in for a last-minute visit this weekend, as I reported earlier tonight. The Wizards desperately wanted a second first-round pick this year. The Wizards are now taking Carrington, 14. Yep. Okay. So it looks like, the Washington Wizards get their man at 14, and it looks like they got that pick from Portland, right? It looks like they did shuffle that move, and they got that pick, ladies and gentlemen. So they end up with Alex Sarr and Bob Carrington, man. By far one of my favorite teams of the night so far, right? Very, 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 very solid pickup, right, with that situation. Bob Carrington. Let's see who's up next. And it's the Miami Heat, fam, at pick 15. Right. Just outside of the lottery now. As we hit it up. We're getting into the real excitement now. We're buzzing because this is the territory where literally any guy could go anywhere in the first round, and we could get more trade up candidates and some more trade back candidates, and hopefully this thing gets sped up a little bit, fam. I know tonight is all just the first full round, but hopefully these guys can make their selections quicker and they know who they want to, fam. But loving the conversation so far and appreciate you all. Great move for the Washington Wizards, man. If I was them, I would get out of Kyle Kuzma. They've gotten out of Danny Advida now. They're cleaning house right now. Looks like they're building in a nicer way. So I also like the move from the Spurs getting off of that pick, and I also like it for Minnesota getting the pick to get Rob Dillingham. So yeah, fans going crazy over Bub Carrington, Carlton Carrington going number 14 to the Washington Wiz as well. People still, Philly fans reacting to the OG number, 42.5 mil. Hey, like I said, man, those guys need some foresight. You know what I mean? When I'm talking about foresight, I'm like 42 million for one of the best two-way wings in the league it's not a high number to me. It's not an overpay. Bradley Beal, who rarely ever stays healthy, is earning 50 mil. Damian Lillard, who on his day is still great dynamic offensively, but is a turnstile defensively, is earning 50 or 60. Karl Anthony Towns is on 60 mil as well. You can't tell me with a straight face that one of the best two-way players in the game isn't worth 40. It's crazy, man. These guys just want to clown because it's not their team. That's the truth. You know what I mean? When this TV deal hits and, you know, somebody like, you know, Tatum and Brown are earning 80 mil, right? 40 mil is going to be a fraction of what's happening. You know what I mean? And look, as long as OG can stay healthy, obviously it makes a lot of sense. And wow, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with the 15th pick, the Miami Heat are selecting Khalil Ware. Man, that is a surprise. I'm not going to say shock. Close to a shock. But that is a big surprise. It's Khalil Ware right now. Miami's just given a bag to the big man, Bam Adebayo. And now they've spent their pick on Khalil Ware, man. I did not pick him as a Pat Riley dude. Man, let's see. Let's see if there's a trade, right? This doesn't really reek of a Pat Riley selection to me, right? Wow. Wow. As Jake Fisher tweeted that it was going to be Jared McCain, but then he says it's effing Ware. I'm so sorry, y'all, as well. So looks like that was a mistake or either a typo or some sources got that one wrong. But wow, the Heat is selecting Khalil Ware, guys. What's your reaction to that one, man? Ware headed to Miami. Darren says he's off the board. Right. Yeah, Bronx says that's the price for doing business. We are going for the hardware, not just for the second round. Exactly. You know, and you got to pay a premium. And you also got to look at who's winning. You got to beat the best to be the best. Right now, Boston's the best. How do you beat the best? You match up. You know, you match up with the wings. You know what I mean? It's like back in the day, if the best was Shaquille O'Neal at the big man spot, then you better make sure that you had a big to combat Shaquille O'Neal. Well, now the best of the best is the double wing, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum. And what the Knicks have gone and done? They've souped up with two of the best defensive wings in the league, with Mikal and OG, to match up. So it's beautiful, man. All we need to do is match up at the big man spot, and I think we can tear Boston down, man. Still got Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson, a dynamic bench as well. Maybe they are looking to move Bam to the power forward spot. Right, that's interesting. Bam, no doubt about it. That could be a situation where, Bam can be mobile. That could be interesting, fam. But we're getting closer now as we are to the 16th pick. Let's see who's on the board, man. Tristan Da Silva, Isaiah Collier, still there now. Kyle Filipowski will continue to slip, in my opinion. This is the Deron Holmes territory, in my opinion, fam. Jalen Tyson as well. I don't want to put it out there in case he goes, but Jalen Tyson, Jacoby Walter, let's see. Jared McCain, I don't know if he'll slip all the way to us, fam, but yeah, that's insane, right? What a misdirection as well. Some people, like I said, Jake Fisher tweeted out McCain. Now it's Khalil Ware with the 15th pick. Right. Maybe someone thought there was going to be a trade. Maybe there is a later trade as well. It looks like DeMar DeRozan could head home to LA. The Clippers being named as a potential landing spot, reports KC from the Chicago beat. Right. I could see Chicago getting off of DeMar DeRozan. I think that is a situation that's going to play out accordingly. Yeah, Da Silva hasn't been taken yet. Yep. Definitely he's one of those names too. And we got Mitchie still. And we're reacting live to see who the Knicks take. I think the first pick should be a big. Let's see, man. I know they're high on Tyler Smith, Jonathan Mobo. Those are some names to watch. I mean, also, look, Deron Holmes, right? I don't know if we would pass up on Deron Holmes, if he's there. I think you've definitely got to look at taking that man Holmes with his versatility. But just the uncertainty of free agency, like we might have an idea of where Isaiah's going to go, but we're not going to know for sure until those offers actually come. And I think to make contingency plans for that would be real smart. And with that said, I think there's some versatility out there still. Khalil Ware, though, and Zach Edey, two of the bigs I had, are now off the board, which is insane to say. We're only at the 16th pick. So if the Knicks do want their big, they better get aggressive to get Deron Holmes now. Otherwise, it might just be a Dem Boner in the second round. Right, let's refresh now. See who gets taken with the 16th pick. Looks like they're still on the clock, right? The Philadelphia 76ers, Jacoby Walter might go there. Tristan Da Silva. Dalton Connect is still there on the board as well. I think Dalton Connect probably makes sense for them. They're going to lose Oubre, most likely. They're going to lose Tobias Harris. Fam, what do you think about Dalton Connect? going to Philly. I could see that play out, fam. But Tristan da Silva also. As the New York Knicks are almost on the board, we're getting close, fam. I'm excited. I'm hyped. We're buzzing. We're obviously, now that the Edie watch is gone, the Bronny James watch is going to start soon. Yeah, you know, LeBron, look, Levine, there's a lot of targets to LA right now. Levine, apparently. Apparently, DeJounte Murray, the Lakers want him as well. The Lakers want everyone, apparently. And yeah, Yves Missy. I knew there was a name I was missing in the first round. He might be gone still before us, but we might be trading up to get him, man. He's a Mitch clone. I know Jonathan Mobo's a smaller big. He's not a center. Neither is Tyler Smith. But if we're looking at centers, it's Yves Missy, yeah. And it's also Deron Holmes right now in the first round. Adem Bona, right? But we weren't going to trade up that high, fam, you know, to get Edie or to get Khalil Ware at 15. That's insane as well. Khalil Ware must have smashed some workouts, right? And with the 16th pick, the Philadelphia 76ers select Jared McCain. Right, sources are telling. So Jared McCain goes to Philly. Wow. Okay, they're going to lose Kyle Lowry, quite possibly. But I mean, man, Jared McCain, point guard, shooting guard. You know, can he? I guess he could play next to. You could play next to Tyrese Maxey. Jared McCain, good value pick for Philly. I just didn't think they would go a guard there as well. Maybe they do know they're going to get Brandon Ingram or Paul George or someone. You see Philly. I mean, Philly missing out on OG, missing out on Mikal Bridges now. They might have to give Kelly Oubre a bag. You know? They certainly ain't keeping Tobias Harris. I know that, too. I mean, can you imagine Dalton Connect is still on the board now for LA at 17? Right. I mean, Tristan da Silva or Dalton Connect. Right. LA have to do that. If you're the Lakers, you cannot pass up on Dalton Connect or Tristan da Silva. If you're the Lakers, man, you're going to lose D'Angelo Russell, most likely. Rui Hashimura. You know, I don't think they're going to put Austin Reeves on the block, but Kyle Filipowski is another big, right? He's not a traditional rim protecting big, but Kyle Filipowski, I think, will be there when the Knicks pick. So, man, things are getting crazy right now. Things are getting crazy, ladies and gentlemen, right now. This is a territory where people can get some steals, like I said. Any of these guys late after the lottery could end up still being one of the top 10 players in this class, you know, too. So, yep. So it looks like Miami was trying to get Devin Carter as well, but he went off the board 2 spots ahead to Sacktown as well. Nice work with that one. I'm loving what Washington's doing, getting Alex Sarr as well. That was big time. And Bub Carrington as well. Alex Sarr and Bub Carrington, 2 of the highest upside players in this class. Man, Washington's clearly investing in the future now. We've got Brooklyn also getting their picks back and keeping Nicholas Claxton as well. We got Ja Morant put on his Insta story the scene from Rush Hour 3 with Chris Tucker and the big man. Who, me? You? No, not you. I said me. That's it. Ja Morant has put that on his Instagram. He's welcoming in his guy Zach Edey. That's crazy, man. We'll get our defense shored up. Man, let's see what we do with the big man spot. Man, if Deron Holmes is still on the board, I'll be happy. Baylor Shireman, I'll be solid with. Let's see what else happens, man. I could still see us taking Tyler Kolek, Eves Missy. And we'll see what happens tomorrow in the second round as well, right? I don't know, some people talking about Tyler Kolek slipping. I don't know if he'll slip. I doubt I'll see Tyler Kolek go undrafted. But, you know, there'll be plenty of teams find use for Tyler Kolek, who's the guard out of Marquette, right? Sam Granderson, one of our loyal Knicks Streets viewers. Sam went to Marquette and gave him a nice endorsement, right? So we've got the Lakers on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, what do the Lakers do? Is the pick in yet? Not yet. As we're waiting to see what LA do. Do they trade back? Right. Is this where the New York Knicks can get in? Is this where the New York Knicks can get in, fam, to pick 17? Right. You know, Tibbs ain't worried about load management with Bridges. Yep. He ain't worried about load management, man, with Mikal Bridges, right? He wants to keep that streak going as well. What you gonna do, Lakers, man? What you gonna do when they come for you? LA Lakers, man. They're gonna make a splash, man. With the 17th pick, they select Bronny James. No, I do think a very good pickup will be Dalton Connect and Tristan Da Silva. For they need some wings. They need some wings out in LA, man. Still got time for Anthony Davis. You know, he's still playing at a high level. I think they've got to get some wings, some scoring wings as well, right? And as I predicted, ladies and gentlemen, the LA Lakers select Dalton Connect with the 17th pick. It's official. Dalton Connect to the Lakers at 17. Right. They just could not pass up on that, man. Despite the age. One of the best scorers in college. Right. He'll fit next to LeBron. Man. If LeBron's there. Man, but I think LeBron will stay. I think he's just trying to... Yeah, he's trying to force some things for LA. But Dalton Connect, man, comes in ready-made, right? They need help right away, man. Could you imagine if Dalton Connect was still around the 2021? That'd be intriguing. But he does not slip any further, fam. So here we go. Tristan Da Silva is one of the best available. Eves Missy as well. Next up on the board is Orlando at 18. Fam. Isaiah Collier, still on the board. Kyle Filipowski, still there. Tristan Da Silva, Missy, Keyshawn George. Look out for that. Look out for Keyshawn George to Orlando. I feel like they might reach on that one. They need some shooting. They need some shooting. Do they go Deron Holmes? You know, maybe they're going to lose Bataze. Maybe they're going to lose Mo Wagner. I could see Orlando taking Daron Holmes too with this one. But yeah, this is where it's getting real nervous, fam. Because I hope Orlando can stick clear of Daron Holmes, right? Because I don't think Toronto will take him at 19. Cleveland, 20, I don't know. The Pelicans at 21. The Suns at 22. It's interesting as we get closer to the next pick, Orlando, at 20. Refreshing to see what's up next. If there's any news, any other buzz. The Lakers getting Dalton Connect with 17. Well, he slid, man. Dalton was like 6, 7, 8 on most people's boards, man. And he goes 17. But obviously, Edie has climbed up. And let's see what happens with D'Lo. Now, D'Lo Russell. Okay, so Jake Fisher says, let's try this again. Tristan Da Silva to Orlando at 18. That makes a lot of sense. Tristan Da Silva at 18 is kind of a solid pickup. Small forward, power forward, Colorado. Kind of surprised a little, but that'll be a solid pick for them. It's hard to pass up on Tristan Da Silva at 18. Bronx says he's going to be a flamethrower in LA, La La Land. Yeah, great fit, really. The age works out, the scoring as well. I don't know how he's going to fit next to Austin Reeves because, you know, defensively there's going to be some worry. But yeah, man, it's going to be buckets with that one. D Grant, yeah, the Lakers have got pick 55 as well, so that's the expectation. That's the expectation that the Lakers will take Bronny James with 55, if he's still on the board, of course. Do the New York Knicks get clever and buy another second round pick to get Bronny James before that? Yep, some people loving the fits, the picks. Donovan Clingan to Portland, Dalton Connect with 17 to the Lake Show as well. Some people saying great job, Lakers. Yep. Connect out of Tennessee with the 17th pick. Good value for them. I mean, talk about a guy who's, you know, should be lottery pick, but obviously there's concerns over his, you know, both sides of the floor. Can score at the wing spot. Typical reaction is plug and play. We're getting word, you know, Dalton Connect is plug and play for the Lake Show. My biggest surprise so far is Edie and Khalil Ware, man. Two players that I thought would be there closer to where the Knicks pick, right? And I do not think Khalil Ware was really a Miami Heat sort of pick. You know, it must be like you guys suggested, maybe Bam. You know, is going to be, a backup four, be the 4 spot now. And then of course, you know, Zach Edey with the 9th pick. That's insane. I think, yeah, Connect is way more versatile than Steve Novak. But yeah, the shooting similarities, and yeah, Tristan Da Silva has now gone to the Orlando Magic with the 18th selection. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just 5 picks away from the New York Knicks, right? Let's get the buzz up to Let's get hype, ladies and gentlemen. The New York Knicks are getting closer to adding to this squad, fam. Yep, getting closer to this. I'm excited for tomorrow as well, man. There might be more moves to see what plays out. But yeah, some teams are getting some decent pickups, man. Some good fits for them. Now we got Toronto on the board at 19. Right, so who do I think is a good fit for 19? Well, look, Isaiah Collier. I think Isaiah Collier is right there staring them in the face. He might continue to slide. Right, what bigs have they got? They've got, obviously, Jakob Poeltl, and they've got Kelly Olynyk. Right, could I see them taking Deron Holmes? I don't think so. They do maybe need a little bit more guards. They're going to lose they lost Schroeder. They might lose Bruce Brown. They've got Quickly there. Still, I think you can't go wrong if you're the Raptors with Isaiah Collier. You know, won't be surprised if they take Missy or Deron Holmes or Filipowski. Even. You know, they've got RJ Barrett and they've got Scotty Barnes, so I don't think they'll take Johnny Furphy. I mean, normally this is the range I would say Johnny Furphy might be going, but I don't think he fits with the Raptors. You know, they've got Barnes, they've got RJ, right? You know, unless they want to develop him off the bench. Yeah, with the Raps, I could see the point guard or one of these bigs, Filipowski, Missy, or Deron Holmes, fam. Heck, maybe even Tyler Kolek, right? You know, Quickly did some nice things, but maybe they want some assurances, right? They are a little thin at the point guard spot. You know, I know they want Scotty Barnes to do some things, handling the rock, but I'm not the biggest dude on Scotty Barnes. I think his handles, his playmaking needs to improve. Let's refresh and see what's up with the Raptors at 19. Yep. So yeah, David Aldridge says, I can't believe the Lakers got the SEC's leading scorer and player of the year at pick 17. Right. I had a top 10 grade on him for the last 2 months, but I know he's 23 as well. We see some video surfacing of LeBron James praising Dalton Knecht months ago. So, looks like the Lakers had tabs on him. Tristan Da Silva at Orlando is a great fit as well. Yeah, a lot of people happy with that one. Happy with Orlando's pick as well. Let's see what the Raptors do, man. This is I'm more puzzled with what Masai Ujiri is going to do, man. He could really blow the board up with this one. He could take AJ Johnson for all that I know, man. He could take, I mean, Jalen Tyson. He could still take him. He could take Ryan Dunn, Terrence Shannon, Baylor Shireman. Actually, that could be a sneaky pickup for the Raptors. Yep. This is what I said earlier. This is really where, like, any prospect pick now could easily be a second round, or he could easily be where he's at right now, right? It's so even. From here on out, fam, there's a lot of parity between now, you know, pick 19 and pick 35. You know, literally the next 20 picks could be any of these guys right now. But we're getting closer to the New York Knicks action. Bronx says, I bet the Raptors take a wing. Again, Maybe they're not sold on RJ. That could be a reason. I think they do need a point guard, though, as well. But I do think Collier might continue to slip. Fam, let's see what's up with the Raptors coming in. And it's Jacoby Walter coming in for the Raptors, man. Let's see if they keep the pick. But Jacoby Walter, shooting guard out of Baylor. 6'6", 16 points a game, 5 rebounds. Right. So, there we have it, man. Some shooting guard out of Baylor, Jacoby Walter. Man. That's interesting, man. Darren, what do you think of that one, man? I mean, where are they going to play? Is Scotty Barnes their 4? RJ's their 3? Quickly's their 1? And I guess Jacoby Walter's their 2. How old is Walter? He is... Yeah, he was 16 on the Tankathon board. And Jacoby Walter, man. He is 19. 19.8 years. So, yeah, very, very solid age to work with. Obviously, I knew they needed backcourt depth. You know what I mean? Quickly's are still a little erratic, and so is RJ Barrett at times. And I think, yeah, they needed some depth at the 2 guard spot. Now I'm going to refresh the news to see if there's any trade. So here we go, man. Johnny Furphy is still on the board at pick 20. He's kind of a Cleveland. He's a Cleveland-esque kind of pick. Cleveland have taken some Aussies in the past. Matthew Dellavedova. Luke Travers. My bet is Cleveland take Johnny Furphy with pick 20, or if they do move on from Jarrett Allen, I could see them taking one of the bigs. But we're getting real close to either Missy, Deron Holmes still being on the board, Kyle Filipowski for the New York Knicks, Tyler Kolek, Ryan Dunn, Terrence Shannon, and Johnny Furphy still there. Tyler Smith, I know they like. And Jalen Tyson from Cal. Right. In fact, I'll change that up. If I'm Cleveland, I'm taking Jalen Tyson for them over Johnny Furphy. What do you think? Would you take Jalen Tyson for Cleveland, or would you take Johnny Furphy, who's 6'9", taller, rebounds and shoots, but Jalen Tyson can do more playmaking, right? Karis LeVert, you know, he's getting on. As we get closer to seeing what you're going to do, Cleveland, right? Kobe Altman, man. They're going to keep Donovan Mitchell, it looks like. Shout out to him. He's going to get a bag. But I also think now they need some wing depth to Cleveland. Now they're a little undersized, right? Darius Garland, Isaac Okoro can't put the ball in the ocean. Karis LeVert is getting on, right? Here's my pick. I'll be shocked if Cleveland don't take Jalen Tyson or Johnny Furphy, just because I think of the fit, or Keyshawn George, Terrence Shannon, Keyshawn George, Johnny Furphy, or Jalen Tyson. Yep, let's see what we should have the pick coming up. Still waiting to see what the Cavs are going to do. We're still waiting on Shams. We still got the Raptors at 19. taking Jacoby Walter. Yeah, I could see them taking Holmes or Missy. I could definitely, or I see them taking a wing, because Jarrett Allen might be on the move. Mobley's still a little soft. They might need some reinforcements at the big man, too. I do hope Missy and Holmes both slide so that we have a choice. Hopefully we can have a choice to make of one of these bigs. But I hope Jalen Tyson stays as well, right? I'm gonna send my man Johnny Furphy to the Cleveland Cavs. I think that's the best fit for him to develop as well. He can develop alongside Mitchell. Stretch the floor at 6'9". They need some rebounding at the wing. I'm going to hope Jalen Tyson, Missy, and Holmes slip past Cleveland right now as the picks coming in. Wow. We got 2 picks now coming in, and Cleveland have taken Jalen Tyson at 21, and the New Orleans Pelicans are selecting Yves Missy with pick 21 as well. So there we go, fam. Jalen Tyson is off the board at Cleveland. That is a very, very good pick for Cleveland, man. My God. Great fit for them. He'll work alongside Donovan Mitchell and Garland, and alongside Okoro if he's there as well. And hey, New Orleans, I can expect them to take Missy as well. He fits everything that New Orleans is looking for, man. With the length, the size, the Herb Jones, Trey Murphy mold as well. My issue with Jarrett Allen is just the money, I think. I don't think we want to invest that much money in the center spot. If we can get Isaiah at 17, I think that's solid. But Jarrett Allen's earning 25 plus, I think. So there we have it, man. It was a double pick. Jalen Tyson at 20 and Yves Missy at 21. Fam, I'm going to refresh the news as we have Phoenix up at pick 22. Look, Kyle Filipowski, he'll be on the board, I think, when the Knicks pick. Jonathan Mobo as well. And man, Deron Holmes might still be on the board, although I could see Phoenix taking him. But what a pick for Cleveland. Yep. That's a solid pick for them. Cal goes to Jalen Tyson from Cal. So could the Knicks end up with Deron Holmes and Ryan Dunn at their spots, fam? Don't forget, Ryan Dunn is CAA, right? Khalil Ware, a CAA guy, is off the board now as well. You got to think that we're looking at a CAA guy in Ryan Dunn, right? But let's see if Deron Holmes can slip. Tristan Da Silva at 18 was solid as well. And look, those picks make sense. 21, Missy, a rim protecting big in the mold of Mitchell Robinson, goes to the Pelicans. He fits that mold, fam. And then Jalen Tyson to the Cavs. He'll work well next to Donovan Mitchell. So Phoenix are up at 22. Who's left, fam? Deron Holmes, Keyshawn George, Tyler Kolek is a pick to look for Cleveland as well. Terrence Shannon could work for them. I think Tyler Smith would be solid for them as well, fam. I know they got concerns with their defense. Do they take Ryan Dunn? Is this where the Knicks and Phoenix can work out a deal, fam? This is where it's serious, where the Knicks could really move into this 22 spot, in my opinion, and then maybe move down with a future pick. Let's see now. My heart's racing. I'm refreshing to see what is up right now. We got Phoenix at 22, and we got Milwaukee 23, right before the New York Knicks at 24-5 right now. Johnny Furphy is still on the board. I don't see him going to Phoenix. I'll be honest, they've still got Grayson Allen, right? Does Johnny Furphy then go to Milwaukee? Is going to be interesting. The Knicks are going to have some very interesting choices to make right now. Let's see. I'm refreshing the news right now. Yeah, I mean, I wanted my guy Jalen Tyson. I wanted him to come to the Knicks. Yep. OG's back, right? Ryan Dunn could be more of that backup 4, backup 5 as well. So we don't really need Ryan Dunn to play, you know, the 3 spot so much. We've got that covered right now. What I've been told is Jonathan Mobo really raised some eyebrows as well. So he's a Tibbs kind of guy as well. So look out for one of those picks to be Jonathan Mobo if you're the New York Knicks. Deron Holmes and Jonathan Mobo could be a home run for me. As we refresh this bad boy, let's see who the Phoenix Suns have taken, right? I got my uncle texting me saying, have the Knicks traded up? No, not yet. Knicks have done nothing. They're staying put. I think right now, I think we want the depth. If anything, we might make one pick and then trade back for a couple more picks in the second round. Fam, don't discount that because the Knicks want to maximize their potential salary available for other guys as well. Although if there's 2 guys there that we like, we could also maybe do that. I could see the Suns taking Kolek for here. I don't see them taking Johnny Furphy. Still no pick in yet from Phoenix. So we still wait to see what's up with that. Heck, I think TSJ, Terrence Shannon Jr. could be a fit for Phoenix. Tyler Kolek makes a lot of sense as well, man. They need ball handling. No move yet. Could this be the move where the Knicks have traded up? Fam, Deron Holmes is still there, right? My worry is, does he slip past Milwaukee, right? They're about to trade Bobby Portis. They're about to trade Brook Lopez, right? Does Deron Holmes slip past Milwaukee? Is an interesting one, right? Refresh this. Is the pick in from Phoenix? Still not yet. Right. There must be something going down. Right. I'm pulling up the news to see if there's been a trade. What is going on with the Phoenix Suns? Ladies and gentlemen. As we see, Kenny Atkinson has agreed now with the pick. So the Knicks are 2 picks away, right? Missed out on a couple guys that I would have liked, but there's still some dudes left. Surely we're getting the Phoenix pick any second. Nothing yet, fam, as we wait to see what Phoenix do. Any news yet? I could see what Toronto's doing as well. I could see what Cleveland's doing. Very solid pickups. Fan with that one. some Cleveland fans happy that they didn't take Furphy. I think, yeah, he's a safer pick is Jalen Tyson. I'm not listening to any feed, so I'm still not aware if Woj is saying anything about what's the delay with the Phoenix Suns, man. Maybe it was the fact that we got a double pick. That's right. Cleveland and New Orleans happened in succession, so we might have to wait a little bit longer until we get pick 22 with the Phoenix Suns, man. Their future might be crumbling. You know, they've got to make sure they hit. With this one, still no word yet from Phoenix, right? But OG Anunoby, the ink is going to be dry, or the ink is dry because we can negotiate. And it's 212 million OG returns, man. He is a New York Knick for the long haul, right? The playoffs won't just be a cup of coffee. Now, OG, the streak is going to continue, 26-5, or 26-6. If you include Game 7's loss, OG Anunoby, and the record of the Knicks is 26-6 when he's playing. That's an incredible winning record right now. The Phoenix take a big here. Do they take... yes. They've taken a big, but it is traded to the Denver Nuggets, ladies and gentlemen. Damn. As Deron Holmes is off the board now, Phoenix is trading number 22 to the Denver Nuggets, man. Denver had to get in on this situation, right? Denver was selecting at 28. Okay. So Denver was selecting at 28. And they also have pick 56 as well. Right. So maybe Phoenix is getting a few extra picks out of it to slide down a little. So there you have it. The Phoenix Suns are selecting for the Denver Nuggets. And they've taken Deron Holmes. Man. So, not going to lie, that's a good pickup for the Denver Nuggets, man. You know, they obviously got DeAndre Jordan, who's aging. You know, they need some backup depth behind and next to Jokic as well. But damn, that was one of my guys, man. Now that we got Missy, we got Khalil Ware, we got Deron Holmes, and we got Zach Edey all off the board. Man, all the rim protecting bigs are off the board now. It's basically Ryan Dunn, who I think is going to be a done deal. And I think, obviously, it's probably going to be Adem Bona in the second round, or maybe Jonathan Mobo or Tyler Smith, too. But 4 of the, the serviceable rim protecting bigs, the conventional rim protecting bigs, are off the board right now, with Deron Holmes now going to the Nuggets. And yeah, as I expected, the Nuggets will give Phoenix 28 and 56 and two future round picks as well to Phoenix. What are the future picks? Are they seconds or firsts, man? Must be seconds. Yep. Yeah, 2 future seconds as well. Let's see if Phoenix makes more picks as well. But wow, so Phoenix have tried to get a few more assets so that they can make more trades. That makes sense. See, 22 and 28, it ain't much difference, man. They could probably still get Tyler Kolek. They could probably still get Terrence Shannon at 28 for Phoenix as well. But next up is the Milwaukee Bucks, fam. Who do they take? Is it Johnny Furphy? Is it Kyle Filipowski? That makes sense to them, actually, if I'm keeping it real. You know, you might lose Bobby Portis. You might lose Brook Lopez. They might go for Kyle Filipowski. With that one, man. We'll wait to see. We're one pick away from the New York Knicks. There's no need to trade up now. It might be a one pick at 24 and then a trade back. We'll wait to see, fam, as there's plenty of drama brewing with the Knicks. I think we're likely to take 2 picks today, one in the first round or maybe both. We'll see what happens in the second round. Or maybe we move one of the firsts and move down, or for a future asset, and keep one of the firsts at 24. Now, we'll see what is reported next. We're waiting for the Milwaukee Bucks at 23, and then the 2 Knicks picks. Fam, we are right here, getting ready to make our picks, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting close. We're getting close. We just got to wait to see what happens with Milwaukee. But solid business from Phoenix, right? Going from 22 to 28 and getting basically 3 seconds out of it is solid. There's a lot of wrong information on the timeline that you got to sift through, man. You got some people welcoming Deron Holmes to the Knicks, but they're a step slow. So yeah, we're still waiting to see what is up with the Milwaukee Bucks. Give us your prediction, fam. Alex Sarr says in a conference call with local media, he says the only team he worked out for before the draft was the Wizards. Wow. So it's pretty obvious he wanted that to happen all along. Tony Jones says Deron Holmes has been Denver's guy from the entire process. Just needed to see if he was still on the board at 22 before the Nuggets tried to trade up. Wow. So yeah, the Phoenix Suns get 3 seconds out of it. For basically, they get to keep a similar pick and they get 3 seconds. Okay, Milwaukee, give us your pick. What is up with the Milwaukee Bucks? We're hanging on a knife's edge. As we had Zach Edey go to 9 to the Memphis Grizzlies, man. We had Kel'el Ware go super high as well. Right. Won't be surprised if the next 2 picks get announced. Could be a double whammy, man. Once the next guy goes, it just could be Ryan Dunn to the New York Knicks. One of these guys is going to leak it. Right? One of these guys is going to report something. Or did the New York Knicks move back, just like they did a few years back, and confuse everyone? We're buzzing right now, waiting for Milwaukee's pick up at 23. And it'll be coming any second. Won't be long. D. Linda said, I didn't like Holmes. That was good. Who do you want us to get, fam? Let us know. He doesn't really, to me, excel at one particular thing, but yeah, he's got upside and he's versatile, right? I guess if the Knicks are looking traditionally like what Tibbs wants, he wants maybe more of a bigger center that protects the rim. But Missy's now off the board. Kyle Filipowski's there, but he's not he's not a defensive big, right? A gut maybe telling me that Tyler Smith, who's a combo, he's a combo forward, power forward, can stretch the floor out. Maybe Ryan Dunn, Tyler Smith could be feeling. Tyler Kolek, obviously still there as well. The Milwaukee Bucks going to make their selection, man, any minute. And maybe we get word of the New York Knicks pick soon after. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So it looks like with the 23 pick, the Milwaukee Bucks are selecting A.J. Johnson. Man, what a great upside swing for the Milwaukee Bucks, man. A.J. Johnson to the Milwaukee Bucks. So that is interesting, man. Most people had him in the second round. I was high on him. I had him 16 on my big board. But that is incredible. That means the New York Knicks will have Kyle Filipowski, Mobo, Ryan Dunn, Tyler Smith to pick from, Terrence Shannon Jr., Johnny Furphy as well. Those are the names to think of when it's the New York Knicks. Right. A.J. Johnson to the Milwaukee Bucks, right? Reports The Athletic, right? So we're still waiting for Shams to confirm, but that was The Athletic. A.J. Johnson. We're getting close, fam. We're getting close. Let's get that confirmation. I know the Athletics reporting A.J. Johnson. Let's see if Shams can confirm it as well. Yes, he has. Yep. Milwaukee selects A.J. Johnson from Australia's NBL, right, out of Fresno, Cali. Wow. I didn't see that as a win now move for Milwaukee, but I mean, man, I applaud them, man. What a high upswing for A.J. Johnson, man. Maybe they're looking to the future as well, Damian Lillard. But that opens a lot of doors for the New York Knicks right now. And yeah, it's very far from most people's personal big board, but not too far from mine. Man, I had him 16, right? But I didn't think it was the Bucks. I did not think it was the Bucks that would take A.J. Johnson, man. 6'5", dynamic guard. But very, very thin, very raw. Needs to fill out, fam. We're live buzzing as the New York Knicks are now on the clock. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see if Ryan Dunn, let's see who goes to the New York Knicks with this next pick. Do the Knicks make both picks? We're about to find out. Let's get it. I'm excited. Right. Next up on the clock, the New York Knicks. After the Bucks have selected AJ. Plenty of names on the board still there. That link to the Knicks: Tyler Kolek, Filipowski, Johnny Furphy, Terrence Shannon, Ryan Dunn, Baylor Shireman. Let's not forget. How could I forget about Baylor Shireman as well? Pacome Dadiet is still on the board, man. I'm surprised that Pacome Dadiet is still on the board as well. Jonathan Mobo is still on the board as well. Man. This is insane. Let's refresh and see what's buzzing as the Knicks are on the clock right now. This is what we do this for, ladies and gents. What Sham's got cooking. He's waiting on Leon, waiting on Wes, waiting on Rosas to get the pick in. Who's going to be a future New York Knick to come in and be a part of this movement? Rock out with this squad on its quest for a championship. Do they ride the pine? Maybe they win some minutes. Let's see, man. Maybe the Knicks need some playmaking. Tyler Kolek could be a name they look at. Maybe they wait for him. Still no pick from the New York Knicks yet on Shams. Let me refresh this bad boy on the main feed. I got 2 feeds. Let's see what the Knicks do. Right. There's 2 picks. Do they announce both picks? Do both picks leak? Ryan Dunn is obviously the name to watch for this one. Some people thought he'd be off the board already, right? But no, Phoenix traded down. Deron Holmes would have been a great pickup too. Johnny Furphy still on the board as well. No one's leaked the pick yet. Let's see what Shams is doing. Nothing yet, fam. Holding our breaths. Making us wait to see what the Knicks do at 24 and 25. A lot of names still available. Is there a trade brewing for the New York Knicks to maximize their cap or value for future picks? All things are on the table right now. Okay, and we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Adrian Wojnarowski reporting that the Knicks are trading number 24 to the Washington Wizards. Wow. Okay, maybe we're moving back a little. Let's see. But the Knicks are trading the 24th overall pick to the Washington Wizards, fam. For number 26 and number 51. I'm with it. What do you think, fam? I'm with it. We trade number 24 for number 26, and we end up picking number 51 to get another guy as well. That's solid business. That means we'll have 25 and 26 now as well. We probably asked Washington who you're going to take with 24 to make sure that they don't take a guy we want, and then we end up 25 or 26. Let's see, fam. But we all guessed that the New York Knicks would trade back and do something, right? So yeah, most people expected the Knicks to make moves. Let's see what else Woj is cooking. Yes, the New York Knicks will now be selecting at 25 and 26. Sources tell ESPN. And now it makes a whole lot of sense because Washington are targeting Keyshawn George. My friends, that wasn't a player that made a whole lot of sense for the Knicks early. So why not get something out of it? Give Keyshawn George to the Raptors. Get something out of it, and we keep it moving, fam. So now we're the next pick up, fam. We're 25 and 26 right now, and Keyshawn George wasn't a guy that we were gonna take anyway, fam. And we ended up getting the 51. We ended up getting pick 51 out of it, which is, I think, originally from the Phoenix Suns. Yep. So we're making some moves. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Obviously, we're waiting for the pick for the player, but we've moved down a spot or 2 spots to 26. But we still keep our 2 first-round picks. Now, it'd be funny if we trade 25 for something else. But obviously you shed a little bit of salary as well, fam, by moving down. Even if it's just 2 spots, the guarantee on the contract is a little lower as well. So we do save a little bit of money, and we got ourselves the 51st pick as well. Maybe we trade the 38th pick and get more value in the future. Now that we're at 51, let's see what happens, fam. So the Wizards select Keyshawn George with 24 as well. I got no problem with that one. I wasn't really hanging on for Keyshawn George for the Knicks. So we haven't moved down too much. Ian Begley confirms it. So we get 26 and we get 51 from Washington as well. And what a night for the Washington Wizards to get Alex Sarr, Bub Carrington, and Keyshawn George. Absolutely great night for the Wizards so far. Yep. And as other great minds are thinking the same, trading down 2 spots to save the Knicks $200,000. Jeremy Cohen, Knicks Film School's also saying every dollar counts. So, yep, that's it. That is it. Small trade, but let's wait to see which player the New York Knicks get. And I'm hyped. Hyped to see the moves we make. Yep, Warner says good move. Will says, yay, let's go. They must have had an additional late second rounder in mind that they think can make the squad. Yep. It's the fact that it can be an unguaranteed salary and you can get a guy on cost control for multiple years. I think it's smart to get another guy. See, look how well it worked out with Deuce McBride. You can really control a future of a player in the second round. They might end up something, they might not. Let's say we get a Dembona from UCLA with the 51st pick. We can do some things with him. But man, great night for the Washington Wizards too. Bronx says Jalen Bridges to the Knicks for 51 would be a great move. And as Darren lays it out, we're 25, 26, 38, and 51. Fam. Yep. That's it, fam. Look, I won't be surprised, like I said, I won't be surprised if we trade 38 for future, for 2 future seconds, which can just, add to a little bit more flexibility for later. Remember, we have traded away a lot of first round picks now in a lot of the future drafts. So to future proof ourselves for future drafts, we might just be cool at 51. We might move 38. And let's see. Maybe we are shopping the 26th pick as well for future picks. Let's see what plays out with that, as I'm refreshing the news right now. Who do the New York Knicks take with pick 25? Still waiting on the pick. Okay, Woj is confirming the Knicks are planning to pick at number 25 and number 6 now. Sources say. Okay, so we're planning and we're ready to make the selections. We're ready to make 2 selections. Fam. Let's get it. We're in talks on moving 26, but we're selecting at 25 now. So let's see what we make. As a refresh Shams, let's see who's a New York Knick. Looks like Woj might be dropping the Knicks news with the CAA situation. We'll see. Is it Ryan Dunn? We've saved a few bucks. Who are we going to take? Who do we get? Still waiting on the New York Knicks pick at 25. Don't know what we're going to do with 26, but 25 still going. We're on the clock, baby. There's talk we're shopping at 26. There's talk we might be keeping it. News got to travel fast with this one. Who's a Knicks guy? Who's a Tibbs guy? Who's a Walt Perrin guy? Who fits this culture? Who's impressed in the workouts? All of these things are going to factor in. Yeah, as people are gloating about the AJ Johnson pickup, that was pretty clear. I think that he was going to go higher than most people thought. I can't deal with this suspense. Too, fam. The Knicks keeping everyone waiting. Wow, the New York Knicks are selecting Pacome Dadiet at number 25, fam. Pacome Dadiet, one of the highest upside swings and one of the biggest rises in this draft. Ladies and gentlemen, good pickup in terms of Pacome's ceiling, in terms of his, draft prediction. Right, he was rising up most people's boards. Surprised that he slipped this far, man. For the New York Knicks to get Pacome Dadiet is going to be a very, very, very solid pick, I think, if the Knicks keep it. We might be able to trade this one. I'm still waiting. I'm not going to overreact too much, but wow. Pacome Dadiet for the New York Knicks. And there's talks we're in on moving 26 still. Let's see what happens. Yep. Wow, Pacome Dadiet. That is a Walt Perrin kind of move, in my opinion. That is definitely a Walt Perrin move. It's not a Tibbs move. It might be a Leon Rose move as well. But Pacome Dadiet is headed to the Knicks. Bronx Roots approves of it. Nice as well. I mean, he's got potential, man. One of the youngest players in the class. Played pro. He could be the best French prospect with that one. Wow. French guard Pacome Dadiet. Some people are losing their mind when they see French guard wing. But you got to learn Pacome Dadiet's game, man. Most people had this guy in the lottery too. But the Knicks are making moves, man. Be very, very, very interesting to see. But we're future-proofing. That's what we might be doing. Best upside, you know. We traded a lot of future assets, you know, and you know, people are crying about 2029, 2031 when the Knicks picks are going to Brooklyn. Well, getting a Pacome Dadiet could work out to be an absolute home run in terms of upside, right? Where was Dadiet slated on the Tankathon? I mean, he was right there, man. He was anywhere from different lottery situations. Pacome is coming in at 18 years of age, fam. 6'9", wing. Age with upside, field goal percentage, two-way potential. Right. Can handle the ball, can score in half court. Has some creation abilities as well. Spot-up shooting as well. Wow, that is a surprise of the night for me. Up there with one of the biggest surprises of the entire draft is the New York Knicks getting Pacome Dadiet as well. The guys are doing work with that one. Obviously, we still might be able to get the other safer pick that we want in the next one. Let's see who we get. P. Daddy in the house. Definitely going to be chopping up more film. And after this pick, we'll dive into it, fam. We'll dive into some highlights as well. The second round is tomorrow. Of course, we'll be back for the second round. Maybe the Knicks do make some more moves later tonight. We'll wait and see. But, man, a 6'9" wing, 18 years old, played pro a season. He's going to fit. He's going to fit really, really well with this current squad right now. And we are bulking up on these two-way wings. No doubt about it, fam. I know, yeah, there's going to be some surprised faces and some people as well. Fantastic get. A lot of people are saying, Pacome Dadiet, welcome. Right. The scouts got busy on this one. This guy is a real prospect, man. Not throwing shade on some former French prospects, but this guy's got real uptick, real size, and his game's at a solid level. 16 on Stephen Gillespie's board from No Ceiling, so that tells you, man. No Ceiling, Stephen Gillespie covers the whole class. He was 16th on his board. The Knicks get him at 25. Pacome Dadiet, people are talking draft and stash. Now, we're not in the business of draft and stashing right now. We're trying to fill a roster out. Pacome Dadiet will be coming. He will be coming to the US, right? Yep. And my guy James Barlow of Draft Junkie. Salute. I'm giving him a salute, a bonjour to James Barlow, man, friend of the show. He says bang as the New York Knicks get Pacome Dadiet at 25. He was one of his sleepers as well. Tyler Rucker of No Ceilings says, all right, Albert of No Ceilings, I have to fight you. Tony Jones says, I'm shocked. Dadiet wasn't a draft riser, big and skilled as well. We have Monica McNutt interviewing Pacome Dadiet right now as well. He was a green room invite too. So Knicks Nation, let's get it. What else do you want to see us do? Okay, trade alert. Trade alert, trade alert. What's brewing, fam? What is brewing? The Knicks moving the 26th pick, right? Yes, Woj is confirming the Knicks are trading the 26th pick to the Oklahoma Thunder, fam. And the Thunder are targeting Dylan Jones. Wow, with the 26th pick. So the Thunder are targeting Dylan Jones. Wow, the Oklahoma Thunder are taking Dylan Jones with Pacome Dadiet. Wow. So the Knicks have got out of the 26th pick. What are they getting back? What are we getting back, Woj? Right. What else do the Thunder have? Do they have 2 second rounders they can give us? Or are they giving us a future first? Man, Oklahoma have so many firsts to give us, man. Maybe they like Dylan Jones so much that maybe Oklahoma want to give us a future first. Yep. So we've traded the pick to OKC. But what is OKC giving us, man? We save a bit of money. Are we going to get a first from another year? Oh my goodness. OKC is sending 5 second round picks to the New York Knicks. Wow. 5 second rounders, man. That is insane. I mean, you do that all day, every day. This is a weak class, man. If you can get 5 second rounders, I mean, that is freaking insane, man. 5 second round picks for the New York Knicks. Let's see what's up. Leon Rose stacking up the cupboards once again, man. We did the deal with Brooklyn. People are worried about our draft picks, etc. Let's get it. We're going to look at some Pacome Dadiet highlights after this in a second. There's already a bunch of memes, people throwing it out there. Who's your Dadiet? But the New York Knicks, man, stacking up the cupboard with 5 second round picks. Right, I ain't mad at it. We still have 38 and we still have 51 tomorrow. And the Thunder are sending 5 seconds that span 2025 to 2027 to the New York Knicks. Right? Look, we got our wing. We got Pacome Dadiet, who's as good as a lottery a lottery kind of player. And the quality of these picks will be important, because that's a lot of picks for the Knicks team. They just traded away 5 firsts. Some people still speculating, will Pacome Dadiet be drafted and stashed? But no, I believe he'll come. Let's see. Let's see what plays out. But yeah, that's the first round action for the New York Knicks. Right? 5 second round picks from 25 to 27. Right. And it's official. The Thunder and the Knicks both make the most absurd draft night trades as well, as Leon Rose is wheeling and dealing. Keith Smith says 5 picks. Wow. What's your reaction to the news, fam? The New York Knicks getting 5 seconds for pick 26, man. No Ryan Dunn right now. Let's see what happens with Ryan Dunn. Right. Well, the Knicks maybe just evaluated Pacome Dadiet higher. Right. Minnesota select Terrence Shannon. Man, the cooler, my guy, is going to love that fit. Terrence Shannon in Minnesota, though. How is he going to get minutes behind, behind the wings that they've got? That's going to be insane. Fred Katz is saying the Knicks expressed to other teams leading into draft night they were prioritizing using one of their first rounders and trading the other, possibly for a future first, a similar move to what they just did when they had 2 firsts in 2021 as well. Yep. So welcome to the Knicks. Welcome to New York. Pacome Dadiet, bonjour. And the Knicks have traded pick 26 to the Thunder, who get Dylan Jones as well. So, smart piece of business. The Knicks converted a late first round pick for 5 seconds. Right. I mean, that's smart business in my opinion. Let's see. Will says, works for me. Good punt. Yep, I agree, man. I mean, would I have liked us to take Ryan Dunn while he's there? For sure, but how many wings can we have now? With Mikal, with OG, with Pacome Dadiet, Hart, DiVincenzo. We've still got 51, we've still got 38 as well. We're trying to save some money as well. And like Tariq says, it's about money as well. No doubt about it, 100%. It's about saving a little bit of money from the first team salary and getting future moves as well. Ryan Dunn, the offense, we'll see. We'll see where he goes. The New York Knicks got themselves a 2-way wing, man. Pacome Dadiet has a ton more upside than Ryan Dunn, but obviously he's young, 18.6 years old. KP, I love our moves as well. I love the trade back. I love the Pacome Dadiet, swing high. Because, I mean, when you've got Bridges and you've got OG locked up now, maybe that was the move that let the Knicks, operate with a little bit more assurance now. Like, for example, if the Knicks didn't get a security from OG, maybe they would have taken Ryan Dunn. You know what I mean? But plans change, ladies and gentlemen. So here is our newest New York Knick, Pacome Dadiet, playing out of France, 6'9". Look at that pass, can move well, has upside, creating, plays above the rim, gets to the cup as well. I think this is more of a Walt Perrin kind of move, but to get him at 25 in a weak class is very, very good. And who knows who else we get tomorrow, right? In the second round. to at pick 38. Maybe we get Tyler Kolek. Maybe we get Tyler Smith. We'll see what else plays out. Warner says, great move, save money. Too. Hell of a 24 hours, Will. Too. And Tariq says, when was the last time a non-shooter like Dunn develops into a shooter? So, yeah, that's most likely now done and dusted. Maybe Ryan Dunn ends up somewhere else, too. KP, I agree with you, man. We need a 5. I mean, I believe in my heart that if Edie, Deron Holmes or Khalil Ware were on the board, I believe we would have taken them. I believe that a big was a priority for the New York Knicks, but plans change, you know. When players fall off the board, they change. And once we got assurance from Mikal Bridges and OG, then I think we could take a higher upswing now with Dadiet, you know, a two-way guy who isn't like Ryan Dunn in terms of can score and I can do other things as well. So it looks like the Jazz are targeting Isaiah Collier now with number 29 too. As the Knicks have made 1 first-round pick. He might be a stash. Who knows? Maybe to save some more money. But we get 5 second-round picks in the future as well. And Isaiah Collier finally goes to the Jazz. Man. Those 5 second-round picks can be used for the Knicks in another draft as well to make a lot of different moves too. Yep. Maybe we can keep Isaiah Hartenstein too, as our guy Rob Perez, Worldwide Wob. This is his theory, guys. So maybe Pacome Dadiet is red-shirted. We save money. We traded away the other pick. We free up 2 first-round cap holds, and we get Isaiah Hartenstein back with that money. Maybe that is the plan, right? You know, do off of some of the first-round salaries so that we can not be hard-capped and get Isaiah Hartenstein back as well. We will see what happens, man, in the latest installment of The Streets Are Buzzin', but we still need a 5, like Kenny Payne says. Maybe Isaiah's coming back, man. Maybe he wants to be a part of this. We've obviously got Mitch still. D. Grant. Yeah, Mitch ain't going anywhere yet. Maybe we get him and Hartenstein. We run it both back. Too. So I'm not confident on Jericho either. You know, Jericho Sims, he's not reliable from where we're at. So the Phoenix Suns have taken Ryan Dunn with pick number 28. Wow. The CAA client, Ryan Dunn, goes to the Phoenix Suns. Well, we got our Mikal Bridges and we got OG Anunoby, right? So you can't be upset over not getting Ryan Dunn as well. But man, my winners of the draft so far have been Washington and Minnesota getting Dillingham and Terrence Shannon. And Washington getting Alex Sarr, Bub Carrington, and the third guy that I forget as well, right? For them to get Terrence Shannon. Wow. Leon Rose and Sam Presti love making draft night trades as well, right? 5 seconds for a late first after you emptied the clip for Bridges is solid, right? With that said, man, that is the end of the first round coming to an end, and we wait to see what happens tomorrow, fam. Does Pacome Dadiet stay this season? He's probably not going to get the minutes at all, but Westchester, does he stay in overseas and develop still, right, and continue to develop? Wait and see. Obviously, the salary situation is going to be fascinating. We're still paying him, though. because he's a first-round pick. But we still need a big. We still need a big. But you see the elevation that Dadiet has. You see him move the ball out. Look, no hesitation shooting. Athletic as well. Good size at 6'9" as well, man. This guy could really develop into being a steal for the New York Knicks. So, hey, it didn't go the way I was thinking with the Knicks making a safer selection, or maybe two. But we did what we know we've been doing recently, which is wheeling and dealing. But the main piece of business today was getting OG, Mikal Bridges done. And we're buzzing, fam, with this squad right now. We'll see what happens with Isaiah Hartenstein, Precious. But we're definitely making the moves to fall under the one of the aprons, right? So that we're not hard capped right now, and it makes a lot of sense from a business perspective, right? Do we really need Ryan Dunn when we've got, Bridges and OG? No, we don't, right? So we need two-way players. We need some shooting and extra size. So I'm going to be diving into some Pacome Dadiet film. Going to get ready for tomorrow for the second round. I think the Knicks will probably take these picks at 38, 51 for cheap salary. And we stack up our 5 second round picks as well. And we keep it buzzing, fam. Been a great live stream. Started early. And how this thing played out was different, But we got ourselves a player. We got ourselves a serious prospect in the draft. And let's see what happens tomorrow, guys. Maybe we can get another steal in the second round, right? Tyler Smith is there. It looks like. Has Tyler Kolek been taken off the board? I'm just going to refresh to see who was taken with the 30th pick. Look, Phoenix got a good one with Ryan Dunn. They got a good prospect for them. It sounds good. So, Jake Fisher is confirming, per source, that the 5 seconds that the Thunder are sending, the 25 most favorable out of the Celtics Grizzlies, which is good. The 26 Warriors, 27 Wolves, 27 second most favorable of the 4 teams out of OKC, Houston, Miami, and Indiana. And last and finally, a 2027 most favorable Oklahoma, Houston, Miami, or Indiana. So there's a lot of minutia right there, but these second round picks could be decent for the New York Knicks. So that is the moves. It's predictable what's been happening, but we're in championship contention, man, and we really ain't going to be playing rookies unless they're really ready, right? So I feel like we did well to get the highest upside player available, which was Pacome Dadiet, right? Now let's see what we do in free agency and with the big man spot. Guys, I'm buzzing still, but ready for a break. This draft day, round 1 is in the books now. The Knicks did some wheeling and dealing, and they took a prospect, a 6'9" wing. And let's chop it up tomorrow. And peace, everyone. Let's get it.